Hey, how's it going, guys? How's it going? I'm gonna take those off for now because nobody's in here right now. I hope everybody had a great day. It's gonna be back to work tomorrow. Uh, it's still Sunday, so it will be tomorrow. Uh, news. Uh, Detroit Lions opened their training camp. Uh, of course, the 27th of July. So it's not this week, but the following week coming up. Um, I'm not gonna buy tickets or anything like that, but hey, football is getting closer and closer every day. Football is just about here. What are you guys thinking? What do you think the Lions are going to do? Hey, this is also, like I tell everybody, it's more than just the Lions chat. I do have other people are welcome, other teams are welcome, other sports are welcome. But this is mainly a Lions show, so all especially on Detroit Lions news is is definitely posted and open for chat. Uh, Other than that, so is everybody doing good? Um, okay, how are you guys feeling about the schedule? I'm feeling the Lions could um, actually show people a lot. This is one time. This is a day. This is a year of prove it wasn't a fluke. I myself don't believe it was a fluke. I don't. I don't believe it was a fluke at all. I think the Lions are a good team. I think the Lions are a team to be contended with. Um, I do see that there's a hell of a lot of there's a hell of a lot of talent in the um, there's a lot of talent in the NFL, but you look at the NFC North, there's a couple teams that are questionable that could be on the sway of going either way this year. And I am not buying into the fact that that um Caleb Williams is being benched. Look, you don't know what the Lions are going to do, or you don't know what the Bears are going to do. You don't, I think the Bears are going to do their best to have Caleb Williams ready. Um, but we're going to be able to see, we're going to get to see, is he going to be easier to take down than what Justin Fields was? Justin Fields gave the Detroit Lions a headache when he ran more than he passed. The receiving core of the Chicago Bears, they improved a lot. They're not a team that just could be you can just expect is not going to be. You can't take them for granted that they're not going to be good because they could be either way. The jury's still out. The jury's still out on how the Lions secondary is going to be. Is the Lions secondary going to be able to step it up? Uh, show that, and also is the Detroit Lions pass rush, going to be able to contain, going to be able to contain the quarterback? Uh, in other words, are they going to be able to knock the other quarterbacks, running backs down? Uh, are is the we also have linebackers. Our linebackers are going to do their job too. Um, you know, Jared Goff has that mighty contract. He, and is another thing, that we have seen before in the past. You know, another thing we have seen is the has you know has the other defense figured it out? And also, another question is the Detroit's running game, or is the defense figured it out? Uh, is um, Jared Goff, is our offense going to be, we were last year, we were considered to be the number two offense for most of the year. There's at some points when we either dropped down or actually did better than that. But right now, this is the Lions going to be able to actually keep going that momentum? And how good does the Lions need to be expected to be? You know, uh, we're in Chicago by their own players, by their own fans, has said how easy of a schedule uh, Chicago has. But hey, Chicago was a decent team last year, but they were not a great team last year. So they don't deserve the harder schedule like the Lions got, because the Lions proved that they were the better team. So as far as in wins and loss, by winning the NFC North. So last year the Lions were the second best team in the NFL. Of course, they went into playoffs being the numbers uh, or the best team in the NFC North. Excuse me. Uh, Second best team in the NFC North. Of course, they had the number three seed over in the NFC North, and everybody knows that. A couple places here and then there, they might have been the number two seed. Also, how is this no fake? You can't fake kickoffs. How's that new kickoff rule going to be? How's that going to affect the game of the Dan Campbell? Um, Going ahead and you can't fake the kickoffs right away. You know, and what is this new kickoff off rule going to do to the sport? Uh, it could actually end up helping teams that have the better return guy. Because of the way the rules is. Uh, you know, it's and also has the Detroit Lions won the respect of the NFL too? That's one thing that we gotta look up. Has the Detroit Lions as a team won the respect of the NFL to be one of those competitive teams, to be not a flash in the pants, a flash in the pan, a spark every now and then. Jared Goff is, we live and die with Jared Goff. And then Hooker, what happens with him? Um, and Actually, anybody is welcome to come on that show. Links are in chat. Okay, we got somebody coming on. Hey, Jeremy B. Jeremy B. Hey, how's
Devin,
it going, brother? How's it going?
fantastic. I just finished my show
Oh,
at
wow.
so I got a new show that I started tonight where it's me and my co-host Leonard, who's a Giants fan, and we talk about the NFC North and the NFC East. We covered
Mm.
all 8 teams in under an hour with a guest, and then it became a comedy hour for the next hour.
Yeah.
Making up jokes as we went, and it was fun.
Cool, cool. Hey, wow. Awesome. That's great. Now, are you on Roku TV now too, or not?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm on Roku and Amazon Fire Stick through
Okay.
the Huddle Sports Network.
Oh, wow. Awesome. Awesome. So,
Expanding. I'm at almost 500 subs now,
hey,
467.
great, great.
Just before the draft, I was barely at two something, so that's a lot of growth over the last couple of months.
Hmm. Man, I was so mad at my situation when the draft came. I had everything all taken off. I got off from work, then I got sick as a dog the night before,
Oh, and
and
missed.
I could not make. I had tickets. I was looking forward to that all year.
I'm gonna say it again.
Mm-hmm.
The best part of the media day and day one, because there was only 11 draft prospects that showed up that could be drafted. Caleb Williams, he was drafted first overall, and it took him till 11 o'clock to make at night to make it to the media room. When he finally gets there, as he's
Mm-hmm.
getting ready to walk off the stage, the Chicago beat reporter says, "Hey, Caleb, can you give us a bear down?" He leans over as he's standing up and he gently uses his pink fingernail painted hands and goes, "Go Bears!" and walks off.
We are living in a different age than what we used to live. I mean,
But at
could
the same
you
time,
imagine? Could you imagine
Chicago
kids?
accepted Dennis Rodman back in the 90s doing what he did and having a marriage to himself while dressed in a gown. So if they could accept Dennis Rodman, if he wins, they'll accept Caleb. If
Yeah.
he doesn't win, that's when
Oh,
it's
yeah.
going to get ugly.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But I mean, even that's just but this is something the way young people are right now. I mean, and
Uh,
it's total. I mean, we don't have. I mean, you still got the type of people like the old Raiders that are going to write "F you" on the football and stuff like that. Now, if they start doing it in pink nail polish, who knows? you know. Uh,
no. And so is July straight pride month? That's what I want to know. Because, we got barbecues, we got hot, sweaty weather, hard work, explosive fireworks, all stuff that straight people love.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Hmm.
No, but to answer about the new rules, what it did eliminate was the rule that all of us hated last year, the
Hmm.
fair catch rule.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
gone.
Hmm.
Thank God. But it's going to promote actually for they're going to want to do one of two things. They're either going to
Yeah.
give up the yardage and give people at the 30 coming by kicking it through the end zone and just letting them start at the 30, or they're going
Yeah.
to aim for that 20 to goal line spot because the defensive team and the blocking team cannot move till the receiver catches the ball between that landing zone.
Right.
So that means I think we might see some low lining soccer type kicks trying to aim it just before the goal line to have it not get a receiver, skip, and get penalize the receiving team and have them start at the 20.
As long as it ain't, as long as we're not the ones getting penalized.
Right.
I'm missing it.
No, but I'm just saying, if you're
Hmm.
aiming for that spot,
Yep.
I'm good with it. Try to kick
Yeah.
that sucker low, have it coming in hot, hit the one, faster than they can catch it. If it
Right.
goes through the back of the end zone, they start at the 20, like they used to do.
Mm-hmm.
That gives you momentum that
Yeah,
if you
that
pull that off, and lo and behold, we picked up a guy that knows how to boot it through the back of the end zone for sure. Because he was second in the outstanding kicker in college, and all he did was kickoffs. Jake Bates.
right.
He was second in voting for most outstanding kicker that year. Think
Wow.
about that. Never kicked a field goal and was second in the voting.
Shit. Yeah,
That
I
means he had a 98% touchback rate on
wow.
kickoffs. I've never seen that here in Detroit. I don't care who it
No,
is. Never had a guy that could just boot it through the back of the end zone every time he kicks the ball.
right.
And his practice that he did, I don't know if you went to any of the Panthers games and watched.
I know I didn't get it. They were over like crazy. It just on the Panthers game was yeah. I didn't get a chance to see him this year.
So there's the 50, right? You have
Right.
a 48-yard line on that side and a
Hmm.
48-yard line on this side.
Yeah.
He would place it 1 yard away from the bench on
Right.
the opposite 48-yard line from the field goal, turning it into a 70-yard kick. It wouldn't quit till he made three of them.
Wow.
So
Wow.
I think there's a reason why we signed him and cut James Turner immediately. James
Hmm.
Turner, his only value was on kickoff.
Right.
So by signing this guy that can boot it through the back of the end zone if they want, you get if you want to try to aim for what I said, you got Jack Fox still on the team.
Hmm.
It eliminated having to carry two kickers for the kickoff duty
Exactly. Wow.
because I don't know how Badgley's going to beat him out. I don't think Badgley can hit a 60-yarder. I think his furthest in the NFL is still 54, which he hit inside the dome last year.
Hmm. Right. I gotta get this darn head off. It's driving me nuts.
I just
I know.
yeah,
I
I'll
need a
snooze.
haircut bad, but with these earphones on, I can't stand it. So ready, set, drink. I like that. I like that slogan.
Yeah, it actually came from Walmart. Look, it actually got little football plays next to the $5. I'll buy it
Wow.
every day for $5. A tumbler that size.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
So,
definitely.
what all have you been up to lately, Tim?
Oh, it's been rough. It's been a rough. I've been my health ain't been the greatest lately, but now things are getting better.
Well,
Uh,
we're not
so
spring
it's
chickens anymore.
I know man I've been feeling it. Yeah I've been feeling it. It's and
My
then
my brain tries to tell my body it's 30 years old and you can still do this job. And 10 minutes in, after I get into a tough one, my body
mhm.
says, "Oh no, you can't. You're retarded."
I I really got to get some work done on my car in order to take long trips. To
Wrong with the car?
like teacher. It's just there's for short trips and to and from work. It's just there's but driving that far. I mean, I don't know. I gotta get some tires, and I got tires a couple of years back, but I gotta get new ones again. It seems like, and
Yeah. If you're not getting at least 2 years out of your tires, which it sounds like you did,
right.
that means you're buying the wrong grade of tires. As a
Mm-hmm.
tire guy, I'm going to tell you that
Yes.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Never buy a type of tire that has less than a 50,000 mile warranty.
Okay.
I mean, that's a good grade of tire, is what I'm saying. Anything
Mm-hmm.
less than 50,000,
Right.
the average person, and this is the average person that works a 40-hour work week with one job, drives 10 to 15,000 miles a year.
Yeah.
A tire only lasts half of that warranty.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's a 50,000 mile tire, that means you can count on it for at least 2 years because you got that 12,500 mile thing. You know what I mean? Equals
Yeah.
25. If you buy a 40,000 mile tire, it might be gone 3 months into the second year of that tire.
Well,
And
and
they
I
actually
yeah.
50,000 mile tires.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean I do drive long ways to work, so it's not a. I mean I work in Zealand and live in Muskegon, so it's.
So it depends on what size your tires are,
Mhm,
but usually if you're willing to pay the $50 to $100 more per tire to get an 80,000 mile tire, so it'll last you a while, just don't buy the
mhm.
Michelin ones because they never last.
Okay,
Worth it.
okay, all right. Well,
I'm
yeah,
just saying
and I
I don't mind buying if I'm going to get my value.
right, yep, yep. Paying for stuff, it's good, like you say, if you get if you get your value, you know.
And that's why I said I'll never buy less than a 50,000 mile tire. But if you want something that's going to last you 3, 4, 5 years,
Hmm.
you got to get into that 80,000 mile, like a Continental Touring Compact or a Nexon
Hmm.
or a Cooper Grand Touring, those type of tires.
Right, right.
And
Yeah.
Yokohama has a nice one too. I just can't remember what it's called off the top of my head. But Yokohama is the only one that's 100% American made.
Okay.
So
Wow.
that's something to think about too.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Another thing, back to when the Michigan Panthers games was going on, it's like we just did some upgrades at my shop as far as we put two brand new freezers on my line, and that took like 2 months to do. So they had me working every Saturday before. So it seems like every time the Panthers had a home game, I had to work that Saturday. So that was one of the reasons why I was not able to go. And then I just they had like uh, but I did watch the games when I could, on replay and stuff.
Yep, I just that's one of the things that I notice about Jake Bates.
Hmm.
That practicing technique. If you're practicing 70 yarders, then kicking 60 yarders in game is no problem.
Right. Wow.
I've never heard of any Detroit kicker trying to kick from that far before, but there is another kicker in the league who practices 70 plus yard field goals. He goes by the name of Justin Tucker. You may know him.
Yeah. 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 Oh gosh. Yeah, we met him. So, do you think we're going to finally break the Seahawks curse?
If there's a year to do it, this is the year. New
Hmm.
defensive coordinator, new offensive coordinator, new head coach. I granted Pete Carroll's there in an advisory position, but I
Right.
think it was more for the draft than anything else because everyone was so new.
Hmm.
I
Wow.
I think this is the year. And as much as I hate to say it, we might not make beat Dallas this year. I know they're a target. We got a target on them after everything
Hmm.
that happened in Dan Campbell's hot. We may not beat them this year, but we will next year. You know why?
Why?
Dallas comes plays in Detroit next year.
About time.
It's about time. This is the third
It,
year in a row traveling to Dallas, and I'm sick of it.
mm, yeah.
But I'm at the same time, I'm quite sure Seattle's tired of coming to Detroit, even though they
Yeah.
haven't
I
been here
definitely understand that. That's
in
one
a row.
thing I was
4 years
talking
in a
about.
row
Hmm.
that they came here.
Yeah. Exactly.
I
Yeah.
don't think I've ever seen a schedule where you open up with the first 4 games at home like we did, though.
Hmm.
It it boggles my mind.
Hmm. Yeah, I hear you. So, have you caught Kurt Steele's new show or not?
I was actually a guest the first week when he did get a guest on Thursday. So yes, I have. I like his
Oh,
show.
okay. Cool.
All
Cool.
football. I'm working on getting Dan Thornton.
Hmm.
I know once training camp starts, either I'm going to be on his or he's going to be on mine. But it's Jeff Risden
Oh, wow.
because I met him at the draft in person finally, and he actually said, "Man, I've been reading your stuff that you post online. You're pretty good." To hear that from him, it's one of the guys I look up to.
Right.
That hit home.
Yeah.
But
Are
I
you?
wanted to make sure that you knew. I still follow you and I still pop in. I notice you don't get the Facebook comments coming up anymore on here, and I don't know
Yeah.
why.
It's weird because now it's like saying that I didn't do anything different, but it's like, I- I've been trying to reconnect that, and it says, well, I got to reconnect certain things, and I supposed to give it permission, and I tried doing that, and it's not letting me. And it's
Well,
like I might need to even switch out of, because in Tim's Maniac Sports right now I can't get to the dashboard because I gotta find out how to, because I went ahead and reset everything on my computer,
mhm,
and I for some reason I can't get back to that email with that one on it. But because I got it on StreamYard, I can still broadcast on it, but it's I can't get to that dashboard.
gotcha.
So I might need, so that I just might end up going back to just a straight Maniac Sports, doing that one instead of
All the
doing the
above.
gym. Yeah.
Gotcha. That's okay. If you're on YouTube, you'll get found.
Mhm.
You're
Oh yeah.
good. I just wanted to make sure I stopped in to tell you what I thought about the kickoff rules. I think it's great. We're going to finally see the most electric play in NFL come back and actually be used to kick return. That's what it's
Yeah.
all coming down.
Yeah. Now, what do you think is going to? How do you think Jamal Williams is going to be this year? Is he going to take off?
I, I I don't want people to overestimate what they think they can get out of JMO
Right.
because remember, we still have Goff throwing him the football, and I'm not saying
Yeah.
that as a bad thing,
Mhm.
but we all seen every time he threw the ball to JMO deep, JMO has to adjust to it
Right.
because
It's
he
timing. They
can.
got to get the timing.
But they have gotten better on their intermediate timing, and we saw that improve throughout the season last year.
Hmm.
Because all of a sudden, after week 7, JMO didn't have a drop to the NFC Championship game, and everybody seems to forget that. They forget
Right.
that all those drops happened in his first 3 games back from suspension.
Right.
So if you look at that, they already improved the timing. Now it's working on the rapport, so he'll trust him enough to target him this season. And I think he needs this full off season to do it. And I
Right.
doubt we see JMO or St. Brown in the preseason unless Jared Goff's on the field. And we didn't see him much last year, so I don't expect to see that much this year. But
Yeah.
we've already seen it in OTAs. If you've watched any of the videos they've released on Detroit Lions on YouTube, there is some rapport there. He's dropping some dimes on the sidelines in the mid to long range to JMO, and it's working out. So
Hmm.
I'm looking forward to seeing that. I think a realistic expectation, and this is just me, I'm not trying to go homer on it.
Right.
Anything like 45 catches, 750 yards, and 5+ touchdowns. If he has that type of year, I'm all in for picking up the 5th year option and then working on the contract the following season.
Right.
If he has anything less than that, I don't want to trade him away because I don't want that speed going to somebody else and then him develop a rapport with the quarterback. I want him to become a part of the kick return team if
Okay.
he has anything less than that.
Okay. So you definitely want to keep him on the team because, like you said, you don't want it going to.
It's back to bite us in the butt if we trade him away
Right. Yep.
because we've seen this before with the fast receivers.
Hmm. Oh yeah, we have. Yep. One thing we haven't seen as much though is, because everybody thought once TJ went to Minnesota that he was going to go ahead and burn us, and I mean, there's been a few times he has burned us, but it hasn't.
It hasn't panned out for Vikings
Right?
versus
No.
Detroit. It hasn't.
No.
We've got
You're right.
700 against them since he's been there.
Hmm.
So that being
Right.
said, um, they can say whatever they want. The Lions won that trade.
Hmm. Oh yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. Because yeah, and yeah, Lions,
I
Lions
don't think
definitely won that.
but the guy to watch out for taking over next to Aleem next year after we resign Aleem in the offseason,
Hmm.
Roderick Martin.
Okay.
He took almost all of the #1 team snaps at OTAs.
Okay.
So that tells you how much growth he's had from last year to this year.
Right.
I still love the fact that as soon as Reeder gets off the bus and signs his
Mm.
contract, the first thing he does is hands a notebook to Robert Norton saying, this is what you got to work on.
Right. Wow.
And then he hands one to Aleem and says, this is what you need to work on. We've never had that type of player that broke down film of teammates before.
Right.
We've had the guys that study the opponents and gives ideas to everybody, because that was John Pennicini, who's still on the Carolina Panthers roster after we let him walk.
Right. Yeah, because he retire. He said that he was going to retire or whatever.
The first medical report he had is that those calcium sized softball sized
Hmm.
deposits are inoperable. Well, he had them operated on by the
Yeah.
next guy, and he was fine, and ended up coming back and signing towards the end of the season with another team. And kudos to
Wow.
him. I don't want any ill will towards him. I'm glad he did. Has he been anywhere near as effective as he was pre-surgery? No, but he's a depth piece for somebody.
Right.
And that film room stuff, it's got to be helping him.
Hmm. Now, one of the things Grandizer 12 asked me yesterday, I don't know if you were watching at the time, do you think we release Cam Sutton too quickly or
Nope, no.
right?
We already got the money back.
Hmm.
The only thing he's fighting for is his guaranteed salary, because it was due to be paid that day that the arrest warrant was issued
Okay.
publicly. So, and they canceled the check before it was processed,
Okay.
which that's perfectly in their right to do.
Hmm.
I don't think he has a leg to stand on, because NFL voided his contract, and all we ended up getting is a $4.1 million dead cap hit out of a 13.5 dead cap hit. So I don't think he has a leg to stand on.
Yeah. And it also seemed like to me the Lions were getting a lot of pressure to release him too, and I think it would have been a public nightmare to keep him
Right.
at
Because
that time.
all the female fans, they might have even lost cheerleaders over this. Everybody's not
Right.
looking at the bigger picture. There is
Right.
women in this organization,
Oh yeah.
namely our owner.
Hmm.
What did our owner say when Marvin Hall slapped his girlfriend at a Thanksgiving Day party? You're out of here. Doesn't
Right.
matter how fast or electric you are. Didn't matter that you had 2 return touchdowns and 2 receiving touchdowns. You're gone, buddy.
Hmm. Oh yeah.
So I look at all of that, and she had no tolerance for it with a guy that just slapped his girlfriend. There was a report this guy strangled his girlfriend and dragged her down the steps to the
Yep.
front. Now there was other reports that said she was thrown out of a third-story window, whatever. I don't know
Right.
what's true. All I know is that it was domestic violence with attempted strangulation is what that report said
Right.
was issued.
Yeah.
There was something there for them to put that in, or they wouldn't have said it.
Yeah. Right. Because they made it sound like he was going to be in jail, and he could be in jail for years and all this other
Yeah,
stuff.
I
And
mean, Rod Wood, as soon as it was issued, walked down and said, "Hey, you got to
hmm.
leave, and you got to
Yeah.
turn yourself in." Now,
Yep.
granted, it took him 3 days to do it, or 4 days, or whatever.
Hmm.
But at the same time, they're like, "You're not going to be here. You're not dragging down our players." And the coaches called all the players and said, "Hey, don't hang out with Cam Sutton anymore."
Right.
That's that's what it all boiled down to.
Yep. Yeah.
But I
Because.
I think them doing it immediately looks better than waiting,
Hmm.
because they'd have waited and it came out that he was at the facility the day of the thing. Is that's aiding and abetting of a known fugitive at that point.
Right.
Then the whole team's guilty.
Hmm.
Everybody forgets that part of law.
Right.
Even though you are negligent of it, you are still a part of it. If they're in your house, in your place of business, whatever.
Hmm.
That is why when somebody walks in that's wanted and there's a poster and you see his face and then you see it standing right in front of you, 9 times out of 10, somebody calls the cops.
Oh yeah.
And that's why.
Yeah.
But no,
I.
I think he needed to go. Hell, there's
Hmm.
the rumor out that Cam Sutton might be released from the Steelers when he gets back from his suspension now.
Right.
So who knows what's going on in Pittsburgh and who cares?
Exactly.
Affect us? Not a bit.
Hmm.
I think
Yeah.
he's trying to fight for guaranteed money when the NFL voided this contract because we got all that money back on June 1st. And I
Hmm.
said, we won't hear anything about this till June 1st. And I literally woke up to it. I went and checked over the cap and I was like, oh, look at that. We got his whole cap hit back. And then it said
Wow.
adjusted cap, $2.1 million less. And it already had the 2.1 and dead cap in there. And
Hmm.
the 2.1 was the adjusted cap for what they were going to charge us out of the dead cap coming up.
Right.
So over the cap had it right the whole time. Spot Track is the one that still says adjusted cap is $2 million lower instead of just making it right. So it's
Wow.
sitting at $34.5 million. I don't really think there's anybody out there that helps our defense the way it's built right now.
Hmm.
I would roll it over to next season to make it so you had enough money to sign Aline, Iffy, and Derek Barnes if you wanted to.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But at the same time, Iffy and Barnes got to prove to me they can do it on a consistent basis.
That's true.
They had one flash in the pan season where they were solid while they were on the field.
Hmm.
It's no different than Green Bay wanting to pay Jordan Love right now when technically, if you look at his stats, he only had 7 great games in the season.
Hmm.
There's 17 games. That means he had 10 mediocre to bad games, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
I'm not a math magician or anything like that, but that tells me that he's had way less than 40% good games.
Hmm. Yep. But to talk to the fans, they're like, he's the
He's
best thing since.
off.
I
Off.
think.
Oh, he threw 2 more touchdowns. Good for him.
Hmm.
He threw a couple more yards. He had 5 700 to 800 yard receivers. He didn't have no
Yeah.
1,500 yard receiver. He didn't
Right.
have a 900 yard tight end. They tried to say their tight ends are better than Laporta too.
Right.
The best receiving core, it's a toss up to me.
Mm,
The 1A, 1B in this division right now is Bears or Vikings. It's 1A,
yeah.
1B.
Right.
And I say that because Keenan Allen is very rarely healthy for an entire season.
Hmm.
Rome Odunze is an unknown. You don't know what he's going to be yet.
Right.
It's all off of potential.
Hmm.
And DJ Moore is a solid number one.
Yeah.
Over on the Vikings side, you got two guys that are solid because they proved it, but the one's going into his second year. Jordan Addison, who just got
Yep.
arrested on Friday for, for suspicion of DUI, which anybody that doesn't know the California law, that means if you are in your vehicle and the keys in the ignition and the engine's running, it doesn't matter what you're doing at the time, even if you're driving on the road.
Hmm.
The cop stops to check up on you and they smell alcohol and you refuse the field sobriety test and or the breathalyzer, you will be arrested on suspicion of DUI.
Wow.
That is the letter of the law in California. And somebody said, well, it might be weed. I said, well, the report said they smelled alcohol. That means it's not weed.
Nope.
So he was taken to jail. Yes, he was released 2 hours later, but you know what that is? That's the hometown preferential treatment that sports guys get. Remember, he's from LA County.
Hmm.
He played for USC. So he went there. got his test done, and they gave him an OYR to return to court. That's what
Hmm.
happened. It's not uncommon for that to happen to star status people. And Jordan Addison, much we don't like it, he was a star for Minnesota last year.
Oh yeah, yep. And from what I'm hearing is, in some of these cities and states, you know, that's being more common as far as for being released on your own recognizance. Just even if you're just a normal Joe Blow now in some cities.
Right. Because let's face it, jails are overcrowded everywhere.
Hmm. Yeah.
So it keeps them out of jail because county jails are not in that prison system where it's regurgitated money like they're talking about because it's privatized industry. That's
Right.
federal prison that's that way.
Yep.
Let's get it right. County jails are county jails.
Hmm.
And they're always full because somebody's caught shoplifting, baby daddy's not wanting to pay for their kid. All that stuff fills the county jails, especially on a holiday weekend or anytime around a weekend. They fill up
Hmm.
quick. Those holding cells get full. There's no showers. It smells like booty and pits by the time Monday runs around.
Oh God.
And they're not going to subject any affluent individual. I'm
Right.
not talking about just stars. I'm talking about a politician, um, police officers, any of that
Hmm.
stuff to get in trouble over the weekend. They're not going to put them in the holding with the
No.
general public for a weekend.
Yeah. That's true.
And I'm not trying to be that guy that's saying there's a rumor. I'm just saying that's probably what happened.
Yeah.
Friday night, 11:36. He was released by 1:30 in the morning. They drew his blood and said, "Have a nice night, Mister Addison."
Right. And I mean, they know where they can find them too.
Right? They just had all of his information right in front of him. Well, there's
Right.
his
Yep.
driver's license.
And like let's just say, I mean, if when he's playing, and if he did show up for his court day and stuff like that, when they're playing anywhere, they can just send the cops to go pick him up.
Just be it
It
the situation it is, he's going to
is-
have a lawyer that can be there on his behalf if it's scheduled on a game day. I
right.
guarantee that'll happen.
Oh yeah.
But at the same time, what's weird is we find out that happens Friday night into
Hmm.
Saturday morning. Saturday morning, midday, they had the vigil for Kyrie Jackson.
I know.
And the Vikings fans can't catch a break this year.
No.
A
No.
shooting happens, and two of the people are killed
Yeah. That's.
that were at the vigil. Um,
Mhm.
that's a travesty.
Yeah, it is.
And I'm sorry, ever since George Floyd, Minnesota's been a cesspool.
True. True.
Ever since the riots of BLM in Minnesota, I, I,
Yeah.
I don't want to go there. I have no reason to go there. I don't even care if the Lions are playing in Minnesota Stadium,
Yeah.
US Bank, I think it's called. I'm not going.
Hmm. Yeah. And shoot, I heard it's worse in Oakland.
Right. I mean, Minnesota's made it into the top 10 for highest crime
Hmm.
rate ever since then. They were
Right.
never on that list before. They
No.
were always down in the bottom of the
Yeah.
top populated United States for crime per capita. And now they're up in the top 10. I mean,
Right.
you're not hearing about Flint and Saginaw this year in the top 10 because Detroit and Minnesota got it all. Hallelujah.
Yeah.
It's
That's
the
true.
first year since I was in high school that Flint hasn't been on the top 10 for crimes per capita.
Wow.
And I've been graduated since 1988, folks.
84 here.
So you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yep.
Flint, Flint was called Little Detroit way before Saginaw started being called it.
Hmm.
The Saginaw used to be the gateway to the north, and then it started to get bad, and they moved the gateway to the north a little further up the road to Bay City.
Right. Wow.
So, and there's a reason for that. because M15 runs right through Bay City. It becomes Wilder Road, and then you can just hop right onto 13 and head right up the coast into Au Gres, Oscoda, Tawas, all that good stuff.
So, do you think the Lions are going? If this keeps up, do you think the Lions are going to need to revamp Ford Field and get more seats in there?
More than likely, yeah.
Hmm.
I think what's going to happen is you're going to see a shrinking of the suites
Okay. Yeah.
because the regular seats are selling out. You don't always see every suite filled up. I mean, of course, you see the press boxes are filled. You see the elite suites that are in that second level. Those ones are almost always filled, but those ones up top, I
Right.
don't see any in there. And if you were to take out one or two suites and combine them down to where they're
Right.
just there in the center, that's another what 500 seats you could put on each side.
Right.
That's another thousand right there on one side of the field, and another thousand on the other side of the field. Because there really isn't a bad seat in the house. I've been
Oh.
everywhere. I've been on the first level, right above the tunnel. I've
Hmm.
been on the second level. I've been on the third level in what used to be the all you can eat seats. Remember those days, Tim?
Oh yeah. Yep.
God, that was great when it was $50 would get you in, and with all you could eat hot dogs, pop, and pretzels
Yeah.
and
But
popcorn.
well, once you get or well, how'd you? I know you said you got your press pass, but you were waiting for opening to be there or
I
something.
Well, no, I got the NFL press pass, which is good
Oh,
for the draft. That was through the NFL itself. That's
okay.
for NFL events. I'm waiting for the team approval to say that they have a spot for me to be on.
Okay.
So until I get that email, I'm not approved to be at Lions games yet, which I think is weird because the NFL said I was good enough of a reporter to be at the draft.
Yeah. Hey, I'm about ready to say, if I'm about ready to sign up to be a damn usher.
I almost got the job until they told me they wanted me for other events during the week too, and that I
Right.
would leave my paying job early to go work for them for 5 hours. When you do the math, driving from Flint to there,
Oh, yeah, I understand that.
I'm not doing that.
Mm-hmm.
I
Could
said
you
there, I
imagine?
said, well, don't put me on that list. I'll do all the stuff on the weekends, but I just won't do stuff during the week when I work my day job.
Mm-hmm.
They said that doesn't work for us. I said, well, then I don't work for you.
Yeah. Yep. One of my friends, he's him and his wife are both with the Notre Dame. They do that. They get paid a little bit of money to go there. But they just did it so they could actually be with go see the Notre Dame games and
Right.
yeah.
Well, Andre Crosby, the one they call Serial, he works for Safe Management at Ford Field.
Hmm. Wow. Yeah,
Uh,
I don't. Yeah, I know. I could never my real job. I could never do that to go halfway across. Well, actually across the state for me. you know.
did you hear about what Caleb Williams said to Mike Florio on Monday or Tuesday when he was interviewed about why he hasn't signed his contract yet?
No, I didn't.
I know my worth. That was the quote.
So they're not gonna get him cheap.
There isn't a negotiation point though.
Right.
It's a set rookie salary cap for the
Hmm.
position drafted, which is that means you're going to get this amount of money depending on how much they guarantee you and how much your signing bonus is. But you are not to exceed X amount of dollars. That,
Exactly.
and I said this going into the season. I said I think this is going to be an issue. This kid doesn't have an agent. He has a team of lawyers, or because he has a firm on retainer. You watch. He's going to sue the NFL for limiting his earnings potential as a rookie. I said
Which
when he was drafted.
mhm, which will end up if he wins.
It will ruin
It
the
changed.
whole salary cap.
Yeah, it will. Yep.
Everybody that's already signed, it won't affect them. But
Yep.
everybody coming up, it's going to be that whole free for all like we used to have with the rookie contract.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they'll win though,
Right.
because we're not talking about something that was put into use yesterday. It's been there since what, 2012?
Right. Now, how much does because Michigan just changed from not being a right to work state now? How much would that help them? But okay, well, he's not in Michigan. Ah, scratch that. Yeah, that's scratch. He's not in Michigan. Forget that. So that
So
that won't affect the whole thing.
that's been taken out with Michigan, the right to work.
Right to work, yeah, that got
They
taken
got
out
that.
last year. Yeah.
Thank God.
Mhm. Yep.
About time the union stood up and did something. It's been a minute.
Yeah, it has been. It sure has been.
Because that meant if somebody came in and had the experience from at home of doing something,
Mhm.
the same as the level as the journeyman was there, that means they could hire that guy off the street and get rid of the journeyman.
Oh yeah.
That's what a right to work state does. And I've been trying to explain this. I said, right to work is nice, but it's awful at the same time.
Mhm. Oh yeah.
And because I'll admit it, as soon as right to work got in, I got in to be a computer repairman because I had at home experience.
Okay.
It wasn't because I went to school. I couldn't go to school because I
Mhm.
went into the army at 17. I never had to sign up for social services because I was in the delayed entry or sign up for selective service because I was in the delayed entry program. And when I got out, because there's no record of it, I can't get a Pell Grant or FAFSA.
Oh wow. But yet you were in the service.
But I was in the service when I
Yeah.
was 17. I turned 18 in basic training.
Right. Wow.
But they said, but you never signed up for selective service because I was serving our country at that time.
Mhm.
18 in the service. I wasn't at a post office where I could just fill out the little card.
Yep.
Well, what you did is wrong. And, no, what I did was right. I was serving our country. I graduated high school. I went straight into the military.
Mhm.
I had 2 months to do whatever I wanted to do, and I did. And I did it a lot. And
Right.
then, but Labor Day weekend, I was in the military.
Wow. Which you should have gotten everything for it. Everything you're entitled to.
All right, but because I had proof can prove that I was a veteran, I get
Mhm.
military discount on student loans.
But you should be able to get that Pell Grant and stuff. If
Right, I would say if I got the Pell Grant or FAFSA, I would
yeah.
have to get the damn student loan. Frustrating. That's
Yeah.
why everything I've done is self-taught.
Yeah.
So I went in there as a computer repairman, and I was a parts changer. Somebody else did the troubleshooting. They sent me the parts. I went and did it, and that was a great job. And then all of a sudden they said, "Hey, how long would it take you to learn TV?" So I was like, "Never opened up a TV." He goes, "Well, a flat panel TV, you've already replaced them in the laptop monitors." I was like, "Oh." I said, "Well, I'll take the test, see how I do." Then I was certified to work on 39 brands of flat panel TVs. And then all of a sudden they said, "You want to go learn how to fix satellite internet?" Sure. Every time was a pay raise.
Mhm.
Why not? Make as much as you can while you can do it.
Exactly. Exactly.
So in 4 years' time, I went from making 12.50 an hour to 18.50.
I wonder what it would pay nowadays.
Well, considering minimum wage still hasn't gone up,
Right.
you wouldn't pay anything more other than my yearly 10 to 20% increase. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm. Yeah.
If you're an average employee and you don't get a 5% increase, that means you're not an average employee, people. They have
Right.
it. 5% is average, 10% above average, 20% great. That is the average percentage for a non union wage job per year.
Mhm.
If you're not getting that 5%, you're probably sitting at that man. If they hire somebody that looks like they could do the job better than this person, you're going to be gone for.
Well, what our company did was they went, because another food company had bought us out. So the one that owns us a few years back, they just went ahead and froze everybody's salaries until the other guys could catch up and gave us a lump sum every year. Until
Well, the
they
sum is
got
nice, but it wasn't the same as what your yearly wage increase would have been.
right, right. And
I,
then
I,
this,
everybody says, "What do you mean?" I sat there and said, "Well, let's think. If I'm getting 10% wage increase and I'm
hmm
making 18.50, that means that the next year you add in $1.85. I'm making $20 and X amount of cents.
right,
That means the next 10% raise puts me at $2 and some odd change more, which is going to push me closer to 23, and so
right,
on and so forth. Is how that works. If they give you a lump sum payment, they figured out how much it was. They cut $200 off of it and said, "All right, this will make them."
right.
And
Yeah.
that ain't right either.
No.
There's no loyalty in business to employees anymore. Is the problem why not a lot of people want to stay employees in
Right.
one company.
hmm
If you've got a great boss, you don't leave a place.
Right.
If you've got a bad boss, they leave places.
hmm
Just let you know.
Yeah. Well, our company, it's like they said there's always because it's mostly a cold place to. Hey, I'm one of the lucky ones because I work in the ovens, but being meat company factory, it's mostly a cold company and stuff like that. So we have a lot of change over there. So they have put so much in to try to keep the new people, which hasn't helped. you know,
Well,
raise their benefits and
I'm pretty sure you have a lot better retainment at anybody over the age of 40 than you do
hmm
in any other age group.
right,
And everybody says, "Well, how do you know that?" I said, "Because that was the last time when people enjoyed working for a living. It's
right.
40 and up.
hmm
A few years ago, I would say 35 and up. Now I can't even say 35-year
No.
olds like working for a living. We're getting at that point where they're entering the workplace now. The people born when discipline was taken out of the schools and parents' hands.
Oh yeah, exactly.
It's simple math, people. It's
hmm
getting because the first 5 years after that, no, discipline didn't change a lot because they weren't enforcing it as much in the
Right.
home, but they were at the school.
hmm
After 5 years, everybody softened up so much because the rules changed. They didn't parent. That's when all
Right.
these tablets and crap started coming out.
Oh yeah.
Instant babysitter. Give the baby the tablet. Put on
hmm
YouTube, whatever cartoon. Let them watch it. Rot their brains from the time they're born until they're an adult. That's great.
Exactly. I mean, it's yeah.
Here's what happened.
Oh yeah, it is.
We've watched it.
hmm
In 1965, Paul Harvey said, "How to Destroy America Within."
Yeah, I seen that. I seen that on YouTube.
Make morality look insane and demorality look great. You remember all the stuff he
hmm
said?
Yep.
Television, you'll see naked people on network TV. It already happened. It
Oh yeah.
happened right after I got out of school. I think it was what was that show? The Hill Street Blues was the first one, or is it the one after it? Um, CSI
Oh,
Miami. CSI
right.
Miami.
Mm-hmm.
David Caruso, the redheaded guy. He showed his ass on TV. That was what it was.
Right. Yeah.
And it's been
Uh,
all downhill ever since.
yep. And and with what you can get on the internet now, too,
It
it's crazy.
literally spelled out everything that was happening as soon as the internet hit mainstream.
Mm-hmm.
And the year that internet hit mainstream, because internet's been out since the 60s and people just didn't know it. It
Right.
was in government stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It was 1995. That was when America Online, MSN, and all that stuff went mainstream. Yahoo, and there was one other one back then that everybody was using.
CompoServe. CompoServe.
There was CompuServe and
Yeah.
Opera. I think that was
Yeah.
all.
Mm-hmm.
There was a couple of free ones, but you had to
Yeah.
have one of them to be able to access the internet at all.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You had to have one of those at a minimum of $5 to $10 per month back then.
Mm-hmm.
That didn't include your internet bill,
Right.
which if you had a phone service, God, we all know about American Online.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
Take a nap while it connects and listen to the birds chirp in the background at
Yeah.
10,000 bits per second.
Right. And I remember Net Zero.
And every
That
time,
was like.
and then when you finally got in, you've got
Mm-hmm.
mail is the first thing you'd hear every time.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah. And
Yeah,
now
but
it.
he
And
said if
I.
you go back to your high school year and tell yourself 3 words, what would it be? Invest in Google.
Oh yeah. Exactly. Right. I remember back when there were when we were kids and stuff like that. They say, "Oh yeah, one day your phones will have cars on," and they had in those textbooks you see or your phones your cars will have phones in them and stuff like that. And you see uh, the wire from the car, hooking. Yeah,
Yeah,
there.
visualize.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then lo and behold, 3 years after I graduated, I was actually selling phone service for car phones
Mm-hmm.
with the old bag phones. And that was the year that the Nokia, which was the regular looking handset one, and
Right.
then also Motorola came out with one that looked like the Star Trek communicator. That was
Right. Yeah.
in the StarTAC.
Yeah.
I had the StarTAC. I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was cool. I was like, look, I'm Captain James. Oh,
Captain James T. Kirk.
there is no intelligent life down here.
Oh man, yeah. We've got came a long way from pagers.
The worst thing that was ever created was the smartphone.
Hmm.
And everybody says, "What do you mean?" I said, "As soon as the phones had internet access, we were doomed."
Yeah.
When it was they had to be connected to the internet to do it, everything was fine. But as soon as they got to where that stuff was in your phone, you were
Hmm.
doomed as a society.
Yeah.
Because look at the F on Facebook and how it's shaped.
Oh yeah.
The F looks like somebody going like this, right?
Hmm.
At at the cross going across.
Right.
And the top of the F is looking like this at that angle that it sits at. You know what that's representing? Your head looking down at a tablet or phone.
Wow. That's true.
The zombie apocalypse is upon us, and it's been
Mm.
here for ever since Facebook came out.
Oh, dude. Yeah. I mean, if you would ask us, you know, when we were kids, that if we would have ever been legal, no. you know, I mean that
And when it became legal, it got really stupid at how potent it was.
yeah.
Because now you can take two tokes and you're like coma. The stuff that's out now. The stuff that we
Mm.
had is you. The reason why a dime bag was called a dime bag is it was $10 and you might get 5 joints out of it. And if you smoked three of them, you felt something.
Yeah. Well, back. I mean, I was so straight laced. I never real. I mean, that's one thing I never really did. It was like,
A lot back there.
yeah, I have my own demons to say, but drinking or I never really got too much into a lot of that, drinking or weed or anything else.
Oh,
It's
we
just
all had our crutches. We don't want to
oh
talk
yeah,
about.
yeah, that's true.
But at the same time, we're here now because we broke a lot of them.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I'll tell you what, if I stayed like I was from my 19s until I was about 35, by now I would have died at 45 when I had that heart attack
Mm-hmm. Right.
8 years ago now.
Wow.
As of August 1st, it's been 8 years since that heart attack.
Damn.
And somebody said, aren't you going to change how you live? Don't you want to live longer? I was like, oh, no, God already tried to kill me once. I'm not dying early. Only the good die young.
Yep.
I
Hey,
changed.
heck, I mean, heck, you got it's right in your name, Smoking Jeremy.
I've been doing it since I was 12. It hasn't killed
Mm,
me yet. I'm not
yeah.
going to die from it.
Right.
I still thought it was funny. The cardiologist came in and said, well, I ran all your blood work, did this, that, and the other, and your numbers are not that bad. I don't understand why you had a heart attack. Had to be stress and heat related. Family doctor walks in 30 minutes later. Well, you got to quit drinking pop. You got to quit smoking. You got to quit doing this. You got to quit doing that. I looked at her,
Uh,
fired.
wow.
I did. I literally
Mm,
fired my doctor in the hospital.
yeah.
You're fired. I don't need you anymore. What? I said, you saw I had a heart attack and you went to everything that was bad that I do, that you know I do, and tell me what I had to quit when the other doctor already told me all your tests came back looking great for all this other crap. So
Hmm.
I think the only thing I need to do is quit eating fast food, exercise a little bit, cut some weight, and de-stress myself because you keep telling me that I should quit everything.
I actually had one supervisor tell me I should start smoking. I never did.
Because you get
But
high strung at work, don't you?
sometimes, yeah. I used to. I don't now, but it's like yeah. I used to get a lot more. Yeah.
Well, it's late at night. My parents are probably sleeping. Um, Try every day, everybody. If you're out there, be a better person than you were the day before. That's the only way to make the world a better place. And if you want to talk crap, make it about the teams, not the people.
Exactly. Exactly. But
That's what
we
I say
said.
at the end of every one of my shows. I
Hmm.
want to say that with you. Oh, man.
Yeah. But what one of the mottos though that we do want to our defense to do is knock the other team's quarterback on their ass.
I don't care as long as we're not 29th or worse in passing defense.
Hmm.
If I see that again, AG's got to go.
Yeah.
And so far, we've had a different passing game coordinator every year, a different DB coach, a different this, a different that. There's no excuses now. And I
Right.
think we just hired our next defensive coordinator. If that's the case, I think it's Terrell Williams
Hmm. Exactly.
because he was sought after for a DC and he turned it down to come here as line coach. You don't think that somebody said, "Hey, things don't go right. You could be the next one."
Exactly. Definitely.
I still think we should. I'm not saying it because he's a bad offensive coordinator before anybody says anything. I
Mm-hmm.
still like that Ben Johnson went to the Commanders and we coached the head coach of Tennessee to be our offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
You know why I say that.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
I've been saying it ever since we drafted the kid.
Mm-hmm.
How would that be at that offense, the quarterback that made it look so good for a season and a half?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Offense would be lit because we have better weapons and a better offensive line than Tennessee ever had.
Oh yeah.
Just saying, because look what Jalen Hyatt did when he went to the Giants. He didn't do a damn thing.
No, he did.
I,
No, no.
have a good night, Timmy.
Yeah. You too. Yep. Thank you. Thanks
While
for
you were
coming
on, I
on.
wanted to come in and say hi.
Yep. Yep. I appreciate it.
No
Yep. You
problem.
have a great one.
You too. Bye bye.
Yep. Bye. All right. Thank you, Jeremy B. Hey, thanks everybody for coming and watching Tim's Maniac Sports. I appreciate you guys coming in. Uh, I don't know how long I'm gonna be on the show today, but hey, just this is if you guys want to come on and talk about your team, you're more than welcome to. Uh, you know, also other sports are welcome on here besides just you know uh, besides the NFL. So we look into other sports here. We look into hockey. We had Megan on here yesterday, which big Seattle Seahawks fan. You know, uh, also going to get more into wrestling, and I definitely want to get more into doing the mixed martial arts stuff. Uh, by the way, one of the things that I want to know is what do you guys like better? Do you guys like the mixed martial arts or the or boxing more? Which is you know which is more your cup of tea, so to speak, without being too weird on the phrases, I guess. But yeah, if anybody wants to hop on, I also post stuff in the chat. I'm sorry we can't post right now on Facebook. I can't see that in the chat right now. Uh, so, but yeah, so if you guys want to follow me on or subscribe to Maniac Sports, of course, Tim's Maniac Sports. I don't know if I can get the dashboard back, and I gotta try to get in touch with YouTube and find out how I can do that. Uh, but hey, hope everybody's doing great. Uh, I'm looking forward to training camp starting the 27th. Wow. July 27th, 8:30 a.m. training camp, Ford Field. Then we have uh, July 29th, July 30th, July 31st, and August 1st. Hey, how's it going? How's it going, Detroit fan, man? How are you doing? Yep. How's it going? Yeah, I'm doing pretty well over here. Hey, I made it 2 days in a row on this uh, streaming. Like I said, I'm going to start trying to be on here a lot more, especially with the training camp coming up. Um, People reporting to practice. So, do you get to see much of the training camp stuff, or not? Oh, damn, there you go. Man, I need a haircut. Maybe I'll get one tomorrow. I really, really need one though. But yeah, welcome to Tim's Maniac Sports, and also Maniac Sports. Another take of loss. Yeah, Saturday. I don't know what they did. I never. Yeah, that's right. I did remember. Yeah, I would think. Yeah, live in Central Florida, so I get my camp coverage from fine internet folks like yourself. Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm definitely going to try to be on top of that more. I know the 20 somethings I cannot go down there because I got something to do that day. Um, Friend of mine's getting married, so it's like going to be like a bachelor party. Hey, 313 New Breed. How's it going? How's it going? Uh, Man, it's been a while since I've been on here, but yeah, it's good to see you. It's good to see you, man. I've been seeing you on the. I've been catching a few of your stuff. Oh God, sorry about yawning. God, but like I said, man, training camp is coming up. Man, training camp. Man, it is July 27th, 8:30 a.m. Then you have July 29th, 30th, 31st, August 1st, 2nd. Then you got August 11th, August 12th, and the 14th. Oh, I'm actually doing pretty good right now. I'm we got hit with this massive storm the week before the 4th. I was out of power for like 3 days straight, and that was not fun. That was not fun, especially when you got well water in the house. That was not fun. And we very seldom have power outage here, so I didn't have a generator either. So yeah, it's definitely been a while. Um, oh boy, God, sorry about that. Sorry about the yawning. I don't like to yawn, uh, especially on the show. We are all pumped for camp. Uh, you know, I'm going to, I got to feel it. Okay. It wasn't the best roar I ever done, but it was definitely better, better than what I had yesterday earlier. I could not, or, yeah, I tried to do a couple yells or a couple growls and they were pretty weak. Any particular camp battles you like to see? For me, where there's a clean play. Do they have any joint practices? I gotta get some work done in my car before I can drive that far. I I gotta get new tires and stuff like that put on and get them checked out and that. And I gotta see if I can get it off from work too. Uh, it's just So I'm going to try to go. Are you going to be there just about every day? Oh wow. Okay. I'm going to try. Oh, on the road versus Giants. Okay. God damn. Oh, man. So you, yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to see if I can go to that one on the. Oh, you don't think they're doing joint practices? Well, it looks like they might have one with the Giants. No way. No way. They keep the Maniac out of cap. Yeah, even if they don't have tickets. Oh boy. Yeah, march right through the gate. But now are the camps going to be at their practice facility, or is it going to be at Ford Field this year? Because I know that last year wasn't it at Ford Field? God. But yeah. If I can get some time off from work, I'm definitely going to try to go down there. So what is Tuesday the 30th? You got those tickets for? Or oh, well, okay. Okay, I'm actually seeing where a lot of these ones are taking place. Okay, yeah, I pulled it up. Man, yeah, I gotta definitely try. All right, because you have according to here, there are some that's sold out. Some of them are. No, I haven't. I mean, like the Panthers games, they were like when I had to work during just about every one of those games. I am going to the Whitecaps game, the West Michigan Whitecaps game on the 21st here in it'll be in Grand Rapids, so I'm gonna go see them. And then I got one friend that is actually training in He's going to that wrestling school that oh, I think is over in Flint, and he actually works. I'm gonna have him on my show and stuff like that. It's um, a little company based over in Flint, and I can't even think of the initials of that right now. Um, but like they'll go to like Holland VFWs and stuff like that. But yeah, I'll definitely be at that the Whitecaps game on Sunday the 21st. Man, I don't know why I'm yawning so. I had a before I got on here. Well, of course, I was up late last night. I was up. I did a 3 hour stream yesterday. And, um, yeah, I did a. I think I went to bed at like freaking. It was almost like 6 in the morning when I finally went to bed. Yet, it was Sunday morning when I finally went to bed. You know me, I get going. I had Megan on here yesterday. Um, from what I've been hearing, that one of the things I do want to see in training camp, I want to see how Jameson Williams and Jared Goff does. I want to see. I hear they've gotten their timing down somewhat. You know, so I want to see. I want to see what James and of course Terrell. I want to see him doing his stuff too on the defense. Hey Tim, what do you think about what happened to Trump? Wow. Yeah, yeah, that was pretty bad. Um, yeah, I don't care who it is. Yeah, assassination attempt. That really sucks. Um, yeah, and wasn't somebody in the bystanders, one of the bystanders even killed there? What do you think about it? It just, it's weird when I mean, it is bad when you can't even have elections, peaceful elections, and that's you really wonder what this country is coming to. That's the way I feel about it. And it is a mess. It is a mess up situation for sure. Um, and then I'm kind of, I mean, I'll tell you, I'm wondering about, you know, how how Biden is doing. I mean, nobody tried to kill him, of course, but it's just some of the things that he's been saying. It's like, you wonder, as far as you know, or a lot of even the Democrats are calling him to step down because of him being, his mental capability and stuff like that. Which you gotta worry, and I don't care who you are. If you end up, you're running the country, man. You know, you gotta be sharp. You can't always rely on the other people. So, but yeah, for somebody to be shot at a rally, trying to be that is a sad situation. It's just a horrible situation and what the violence is coming to now. You know, I heard heard on the news where over in Oakland, you know, some of the took in one of the neighbors, it took 14 hours for the police to get over there. Crime is so bad over there. That's it kind of brings you back to when way back when when Reagan got shot too. Way back, way way back in the '80s. But Trump was, he wasn't even, he's not even the sitting president. People trying to assassinate. Uh, so, who all have you met lately? It seems like you have met, you're meeting so many guys. Man, I tell you, I wish to God I could go ahead and, I wish to God I lived in Detroit, partly. Uh, just let them settle this whole thing on the golf course. Imagine if Biden can even play 18, then he is stronger than he seems. If Trump can play 18 holes on camera, he is more honest than he seems. Oh, yeah, and that's sad but true. You know, um, it is. It's you know, way back when the Pope, when the Pope got shot and stuff like that. John Paul. Are you gonna need to get one of those buggies with? Is Trump gonna need to get like a bulletproof box around them? It just kind of wonders on both sides of the aisle. And yeah, I don't want to get too much into politics on here, but on both sides of the aisle, these are the two men that have been, that have won the nomination. You know, that scares a lot of me. It's like, yeah, I like that. Settle it on the golf course. You know, all right. Hey, how's it going, Steve?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. It's warm over here though, but I'm doing
Yeah,
all right.
yeah. Same
Mm-hmm.
here. I got to put all my fans on.
I hear you.
Yeah, yeah, man. Just a lot of stuff going on, man. It's just, I mean, throughout everything, you just gotta stay positive throughout everything. That's all you can do.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's definitely. And if the country can get together and turn around and get positive instead, because that's the worst thing right now is this country is so divided. You know, and that's if like it says in the Bible, if uh, a anything divided against itself cannot stand. You know.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean,
Absolutely. It's like we so divided. We're so divided now in this country. It just makes no sense. Like the kind of the anger and and just the destruction that's going on, and not only just in America but throughout the world. It's
oh
just
yeah,
it's insane. It is totally insane, man. You just never know what's in somebody.
right. Yeah, I know. And
What
it's like there's people that putting fuel on the fire that shouldn't be, instead of trying to get things together and pull the country together. It seems like a lot of the head people are trying to pull it apart, and that's what's really bothering. You know, I think you froze up. I don't know if it's on my end, but yeah, yeah, I mean, that's the one thing that I hate. It's just, you know, this country. I mean, yeah, it's not a perfect country. You know, it is not a perfect country by many means. But you know what? If it wasn't a country that a lot of people didn't want to come to, you won't have a lot of people coming to this country. So there's a reason they're coming, because it's not. There's a lot worse countries out there than this country. But I know. I mean, even I know Jeremy was freezing up too. So I don't know if it's on my end or if it's on. Which I got to hook up my new internet stuff. I got a new router to get in here, so that could be too. Could you imagine? You know, all right, here he's coming back. Here he's coming back. All right.
mm, those Wi-Fi's, I tell you.
Yeah, I hear. Yep.
Oh,
Well, at my work, I'm supposed to have, because I run two sausage oven lines, so, and I'm supposed to have two computers, one for each line and stuff. And right now, I'm doing everything on one computer because it's not the other computer is not connecting to the Wi-Fi. It's like I can do it, but it's a hassle sometimes. You
yeah,
know.
it's a heck of a change for you. I mean, you so used to two,
Mhm.
but then you got
Right.
on one, you so used to two, and it's just like, oh man, and it's
Yeah.
like so used to going back and forth. But when you just concentrating on just one, you just like, man,
Hmm.
that can take some time. That can take
Right.
time.
And you have them set up for different lines, and I mean, because I do a lot of taking of temperatures, and you gotta really make sure you put them on the I know how to go in there and switch them out if I make a mistake, but if you don't want to, you
Right.
know, you want to go and get it right the first time, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's
Yeah. And you're gonna go through mistakes and stuff like that. I
yeah,
mean, everybody's not perfect.
yeah,
There's gonna be times where people are gonna make mistakes, but
yeah.
it's part of life. You learn
Yep.
from it. So
Hmm.
you know that's the big thing. Just stay. That's that's the true meaning of practice makes perfect.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Well, they just put two. I mean, they just put two brand new freezers in my line. So, and these freezers are bigger than your house. Are than a lot.
Hey, line.
Yeah, it is. I mean, these, and it's because my sausage lines, they go from right to cook, go into the spiral oven, and go into the spiral freezer. You know, and anytime they stop in the back, everything it can mess everything up. So
Yeah,
it's just it's just picture a train. If if that engine isn't pulling that train, all those cars behind it is going to stop.
no
And
question.
because if they don't stop, what's going to happen? What's going to happen to that? Those cars, they're going to crash all together because it's the ones behind you, behind the ones that stop. So if these lines don't stop, there's meat all over the floor. So they got them set to stop. Well,
Yeah,
if you're cooking meat at 200 some degrees and the line stops because the people because equipment in the back or whatever doesn't continue to go, it's going to burn that product
oh
up.
yeah,
Yeah,
oh
and
yeah.
yeah,
Those things can happen. Those
oh yeah,
things can happen in an instant.
mm-hmm.
So that's something you definitely got to watch
Yeah.
out for sure.
And then they asked me why I stopped when it's not even my part. I say it's my equipment's running fine. You guys stop. And it's true. I mean, my two lines, my oven, my freezer. I mean, no,
Mm,
it's
yeah, you gotta
it
let
used to be
go
that
on your
way.
own pace.
Yeah, I mean, well, my freezers, I can't keep on running if you guys don't keep on running. You know,
Right, right.
yeah,
It's only so much you can do,
yeah,
So
right,
you got to
yeah.
just do what you have to do.
Mm-hmm. So
Yeah,
that,
yeah, man. I'm just, man, I'm just like everybody else, man. I'm so excited about training camp and getting
oh, me
ready
too.
for the season. I'm just, it's long. We've been waiting on this since what, January. So it's
Yeah,
like,
yep.
man, I'm so ready for this. I mean, it's so many things to
Mm-hmm.
watch out for this
Oh yeah, there
team.
is. Mm-hmm. Oh, definitely. There is. I mean, it's like, did we?
Because in some cases, these signing, like, oh,
Yeah, it's going in and out. And Jeremy's so good.
I hear you.
Okay. Yeah, but yeah, and these side is our. Uh, did we do enough? As far as in the secondary, to go ahead and be better. Is is our pass rush going to be good enough? You know, and are we going to be able to? Not Caleb Williams under
Yeah,
that.
right, right, exactly. That's the
Or
main thing.
whoever. And,
That
and
that's
I,
the main thing. And also, yep, and also too, we got to make sure we beat those Cowboys too. We got to make sure we beat them too.
oh yeah. Now, I kind of figured out why we lost to them last time and why that bad call was made. Who was inducted to the into the Cowboys Ring of Honor? Jimmy Johnson was inducted that day, and the NFL didn't want him to go ahead and lose to the Lions on that day. So I mean and we do apologize for the technical difficulties, of course. I know with Wi-Fi and stuff like that, it happens. It happens. So hopefully, things will get better on his side. Um, but yeah, I honestly, I honestly think that that was one of the reasons. Yeah, and but we do gotta beat those Cowboys. I earlier, that's one thing that Jeremy was saying before you got on, Steve, was that um, he didn't know. He thinks we could end up losing to the Cowboys this year again. Um, but you know what? That would just be that sweet taste of victory to go to Dallas and beat the Dallas Cowboys in Dallas. I mean, man, I would just totally love that. Just going to Dallas and going ahead and saying, Zach, who? That Prescott, just go ahead and knock him on his ass. Ezekiel Elliott, you know, you may be back in Dallas, but you know what? We want you knocked on your ass too.
Gotta beat them this year. Gotta beat them this year.
Yep.
It's
And,
just this has to be the redemption year for the Lions.
oh yeah. We gotta beat them, and we gotta beat those damn sea chickens, Seahawks.
Mm.
We got. I mean, I'll tell you what. If I gotta put up with Megan because my Lions can't beat the Seahawks in Detroit, oh god. So
Yeah.
whether it's Sam Howell, whether it's their other quarterback Smith, we just gotta knock both of them on their ass. We gotta beat those Seahawks this year too. We gotta beat the Cowboys. We gotta beat the Seahawks, and we just gotta tear apart those Panthers or Packers. I meant to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we just we got to go ahead and throw Jordan Love's ass down.
And we gotta knock them on the ass.
We got to knock him on his ass. Yep, yeah. You know, and you know, I mean, I just got the saying for it. But I need to get more clips, and then when we do it, we need to say, well, this is how you knock them on your ass. This is a knock you on your ass moment. Shoot. I'll tell you what, if I had the money, I would go ahead and sponsor that with with the NFL. Just go ahead and this sack is a knock you on your ass by Tim's Maniac Sports. That'd be awesome. What brings out the maniac in you? We're just gonna knock you on your ass. You go ahead and you fight with the Detroit Lions defense.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. I think I got it. I think I got it straight. Nah.
Okay.
Okay. Because I done had it. I done had this, and then I had the YouTube playing at the same time, and I was wondering, I wonder why is it such a, but I got it now. I got it situated now.
Yeah, it does sound a lot better now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not overtaxing your router. I still gotta hook up my new router. I had that here for 3 weeks, and I gotta hook it up and take my old one back.
Yeah. Just take it a day at a time. It's gonna be all right.
Yeah. But we had a couple weeks without power, or not a couple weeks, 3 days.
Oh wow. Power.
Yeah. Not last week, but the week before, we had a big old storm come through Muskegon here.
Oh man.
Tore everything up. Yeah.
Man.
But you were saying. You were saying before that.
Right. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that happened to you,
Mm-hmm.
man. You know, I know, I know it was something for for that refrigerator with the food and stuff like that, man. I know that was a
Uh-huh.
hassle.
Oh yeah, yeah. And we didn't have a generator in it, so everything got thrown out.
Ooh,
Yeah, it was like
ooh.
yeah. But
Oh,
it,
that's
I
rough.
mean, but one of the things is me and my wife do a lot of eating out, so it's not just so we didn't have a whole lot in there, but we still have stuff in there.
Yeah, yeah. It's
So
one of those things where you kind of glad you don't have a lot of stuff in there because you don't have
mhm.
to rush through it or try to eat it real fast and stuff like that. Like, oh man, I got a couple days or whatever. So,
Yeah,
and it, like even with if you got ice cream and stuff like that, you like, man, I gotta eat this real fast.
yeah, yeah.
You know, I know exactly how that is.
Hmm.
The same
And like,
because like in my area, there's always the power goes all out. I'm telling you, Tim, it seemed like it goes out maybe 2 or 3 times every year in my area.
mm, wow,
Every
wow.
year. And it's
But
like, man, I hate it.
yeah, it's been going out more lately. I would say within the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but uh, but usually when it goes out, it like might be out for a couple hours.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, this has been the first time it's been out for like 3 days. Well, since I lived here, it's been the first time it's been out for 3 days or even more than a day. You know,
Oh wow.
usually it's
Wow.
just a few hours and stuff like that, and we have well water too.
That,
So
yeah.
yeah, so when the power goes out, it isn't like city water where it keeps on running. It's like going to parents or went to my wife's parents to take showers, you know,
Right.
because we still had to go to work, and I ain't going to work stinking, man.
Oh man.
Yeah,
And I can tell you one thing. It's good when it's better when you out of power in the summertime than it is in the wintertime. I tell you that.
yeah. Oh yeah. One thing that was nice though is it happened the week after that real hot heat wave, because we had
Mm,
you know because we had 1 week where it was really, really hot over here and stuff like that. If it would have
mm,
happened that week, OM,
right.
yeah.
Exactly.
Hmm.
Exactly. Hmm. It's one of those things, man. But yeah, you guys gotta, yeah, in these type of situations, man, you gotta stay prepared at all times because you never know when these things are happening.
No,
You
no.
know, when you gotta have food or you gotta have candles available and
Hmm.
batteries for flashlights and things like that. It's just or even a
Yeah,
generator. But
right.
generators cost so much right now. It's like, man, it's like you
And
got to
and
get it costs an arm and a leg
yeah,
and a
and
foot.
yeah, and then you got to pay for the gas for the generators.
Exactly,
That
exactly.
shoot, I there was somebody they had an article about somebody that was paying like $75 a day in gas
Ooh,
over in the city part. Not it was a regular homeowner, but he had power that was out for like 3 days, like we were, and he $75 a day. He said he paid for gas.
jeez.
And because of course they that that week those gas prices went up like crazy.
Mhm. They always do.
Yeah.
They
Mhm.
always do.
And I've
They
been
always.
noticing this year it's been because I keep track of that a lot. But I've been noticing because usually we're like a little bit under the national average over here.
Hmm.
But I've been noticing that, especially in Muskegon this year, we've been over the national average.
Oh wow.
And I got a friend. He lives like down. He lives in Virginia, and we'd go ahead and hike. Our gas prices would hike. Yeah, and of course they're gonna have cheaper gas prices than us. But like there, they wouldn't go up at all. But ours would go up 30 to 50 cents. It's like they're doing something in Michigan. you know?
Oh yeah, they got to.
Yeah.
They got to. That
Yeah.
most definitely.
Hmm.
Most definitely. But you never know with the things like this nowadays, man. It's just so much stuff going on. You just like you have to stay prepared. Have
Oh
to.
yeah. Hmm.
It's a must.
Oh yeah. That's
'Cause you
true.
just but it seems like everything is so high.
Oh
Nah,
yeah.
everything is high.
Hmm.
You know, everything is high. You just like, oh my goodness, like how am I gonna pay for this? Like how what we gonna do?
Hmm.
It's just like, oh my goodness. But you just gotta do what you can do with the money that you have.
Oh
That's
yeah.
all you can do.
Yep. That's exactly. That's It's like I mean, granted, it's better than what it was when because we remember when Biden first took over and you had the war when it first started in Russia, things were going up like where you were. I mean, gas got like $6 a gallon and stuff like that, and
Mm-hmm.
that was deliberate. That was
Yep.
deliberate by our government because they wanted to go to those electric cars. Well,
Mm-hmm.
and that killed the economy. It did.
It did.
Anytime gas prices get that high, I mean, and coming off from COVID and stuff like that, where the economy was already struggling, it takes more money to get to the stores, you know, for diesel fuel and all that other stuff. You know, groceries, like you said, everything's going up. Groceries are going up. Uh, you know, thing, wages may have went up, but they have not went up as much as what inflation has.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Exactly.
it's I make decent money where I work and stuff like that, but it's if I didn't have the savings that I have, and if like my house wasn't paid off, because I did things right, I didn't waste a lot of the money, so but now I need to get stuff fixed up in my house. So
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, I need to put some
Hey,
money
you
in.
gotta splurge on yourself somehow, you know. You gotta
Yeah,
have, you
yeah.
know.
I mean, I need to get some. I I need to get some stuff. I want to gut this place out, actually.
Right.
But of course, all the supplies and the labor for gutting
Hmm.
this stuff out has gone up substantial. Extremely. You know.
Everything.
It's
Everything. It's
yeah.
just it's crazy how much
Hmm.
stuff that went up. And it's just like you can barely survive out here, man. It's like
Hmm.
you gotta get 2, 3, 4, 5 jobs just to pay
Right.
off your bills,
Yeah.
it just to survive
Yeah.
because everything is so high. It's just like one of the best feelings in the world is when you have things paid off, when you
Right.
have your house paid off, when you have bills paid off, when you got good credit, like
Hmm.
when that's the best feeling to have when you have all your debts paid off
Yeah. But
and every
unfortunately, I live in an area where we got propane.
damn,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
damn.
yeah, yeah,
Well,
yeah, yeah, yeah. When when
well,
I when I first moved here and stuff, I didn't mind because hey, you didn't have gas bill, every month and stuff like that. So it was like, okay, you got a couple high bills during the winter time, but then it's just like kept going up and up and up and up.
mhm,
Yeah, and then like
mhm,
I mean, I end up having to put. I lived here like 30 years, and I already put two roofs on this place. You
Oh
know,
wow.
because because I live on a in a manufactured home that is a double wide on land,
Mm-hmm.
and they stapled on the roof.
Mm-hmm.
So I was getting a lot of problems and stuff after, of course, the warranty went off and all that other stuff. So I finally got sick of it. I just said, put a new roof on. So they put a new roof on it, and the areas that were leaking seemed fine and stuff like that. But then when they put this new roof on, it started um, leaking into the furnace, and I kept getting my motherboards blowing out and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
so I kept calling back to get them fixed and stuff like that. And finally got tired of it again, and and I told these people, if this doesn't work, we have another. I mean, it was different people that did the roof this time, and I got a 30-year warranty on it. So,
Mm-hmm.
right,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah. It happens.
hmm So, but of
Count your
course, I paid.
blessings.
Yep.
Yeah, you got to count your blessings with that, man. You
hmm
just it's just like you got to pay off what you can pay off.
Yeah.
You know what
Oh
I'm
yeah.
saying?
hmm
That's how it is. It's just like it's so much stuff going on. There's so many bills out here. Once you think you got one bill paid off, the other ones.
Right.
Once you feel like you comfortable and you relax, then all of a sudden the next month bills come and you be like, oh, I'm
Oh, right.
stressing it.
Yeah. You're always going to get that electric bill and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you get solar, unless you get solar panels, then you're gonna be making payments on those,
Right.
or a windmill or whatever. It's like, yeah,
If it ain't one thing, it's another. I tell you, man.
yeah, and like
I tell you.
ended up putting a couple years ago putting new furnace and uh, then I got a deal so I got new furnace, new air conditioning in here and stuff like that. So so I'm paying on that now too, but.
Yeah, everything costs so much, man. It's like the
Mhm.
stuff you want to get done and you need to get done, it costs so much that you be like, oh man, it's like you have to have a savings. If you
Oh
don't
yeah.
have a savings, it's like you just out of luck. You just like it's just gonna be a struggle. It's hard to save money nowadays.
Oh,
It's
it is.
hard.
Mm-hmm. It is definitely. It's and especially if you're just a one income. I mean, my wife does work too, but it
Mhm.
was especially if it's just a one income family and stuff like that, or a one even a one income person. You know,
Yeah. Oh
I,
yeah.
I mean, I joke around. I mean, just about everybody needs food stamps. I
You
don't
ain't
get it,
lying.
but I mean, I'm thinking, hey, I
Mhm.
if they offered me food stamps, I'd take it. you
Right.
know, because not to cheat the
Right.
system, but it's like, my gosh, everything's just you know going.
It's
Oh,
going up, man.
yeah.
It's
hmm
like you buy groceries, but then even if you go out to eat, that's even more money.
Oh yeah.
You
Yep.
know, that's going that's even if you're going out by yourself, but if you taking somebody else out, you might as well double the price.
Yep. hmm
You might as well double, triple the price.
Oh yeah.
And then and then the tips is even more now too at these restaurants.
Oh
Oh
yeah.
God, jeez.
And when fast food restaurants want you to put tips down, it's like, yeah, I pick up this stuff myself. It's different when you actually have a waiter, coming a waiter or waitress or whoever. But when you just go to the counter, you know, and it's like fast food, or you go to go to the drive-thru, and it's like, yeah, it ain't like you're really serving,
It's like you really want to say it, but at the same time, you can't say it because you don't want them to put nothing in your food.
Exactly. We
You
got
be
we
like,
got
oh, like, hold on, let me hold my, like, no, hold on, let me hold myself. I don't want to say nothing to get them mad.
right. Yeah,
You know,
I
I
know.
don't
I don't eat at very many. I don't eat, but it's even like with the buffets and stuff like that. I mean, they bring you a glass of water and take your plate. But I don't eat at the buffet like I used to be. But it's like, and then you read on Facebook, you say, well, and you read these posts, and they say, well, why do you go and put the tip in and stuff like that? But then I'm, uh, but one that friend that lives in Virginia, he's a dealer, so he lives, I mean, it's like his salary is like he don't make much money, you know, but you add those tips in there, that really, that more than doubles some of his checks,
yeah,
you know.
yeah, that definitely can make a difference with tips for sure.
Oh yeah, yep.
It's like because I don't mind because I tip every time I go out somewhere,
Oh yeah,
so it's just like I'm
yeah.
not the type of person where I just be like, well, I ain't gonna give them a tip or anything like that. It's just
Mhm.
always give out a tip,
Oh yeah,
even if it's a waiter that doesn't deserve it, I still
right.
do that just for the courtesy
Oh yeah,
process.
yeah,
You know,
yep.
you know.
I'll tell you, if I'm buying popcorn at a theater, I'm not. that gets a little, I mean, it's like, okay, you,
Man,
I, it's like popcorn pop at a theater. I mean, you're handing me a bucket of popcorn.
right, right. Hey man,
But
I never thought the day where actually a box of candy costs more than popcorn at a movie theater. That is
right.
ridiculous.
Well, actually, in where we live, because that's one thing, man. What my wife has always done is we go to movies, and for years I just go ahead and buy like the tickets and stuff there.
Mm-hmm.
But and they got this deal where if you go ahead and I paid like 20. It gone up a little bit, so I paid $23, a month, one for her, which is VIP, one for her and one for me. So it's really like 46.
Mm-hmm.
Uh but I get three movies a week for me,
Oh,
three for her.
oh,
So
that's
if you
cool.
pay, but there's sometimes I can't get in three movies a week, because it's like, okay, when the time is, I go to work and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I still,
Mm-hmm.
and then right now they got, yeah, and this is Tim's Maniac Sports and Entertainment. This is where the entertainment part comes in.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah, but it's like we got this. We bought those popcorn buckets and stuff like that. So we got that. But one thing, I still gotta pay like the $5 for the pop and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And
It's
and I
always
find out, because we used to not eat that much at but if she wants pizza or something there, I'll buy it. You know,
mm-hmm.
or mini corn dogs or something there. With this deal, I spend more that way, so I don't really know how much I'm saving, but I'm also getting more too. You know,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just all
yeah.
about having a good time,
Oh yeah,
with your significant other and having a good time and movies and just enjoying the night with each
Mhm.
other. That's what's important,
Right.
and that's a good thing. That's a
Oh yeah.
very good, you know, when you can go out and have a good time and you see that smile on her face and stuff. That it's just
Mhm.
it's nothing like that,
Yeah.
man. It's nothing like that,
Right. Right.
you know. Especially if you're working hard and everything like that. It's just nothing like just taking a load off and just relaxing and watching a good movie,
Mhm.
you know.
Well, I
If they
tell you
have
what.
it, movies, that's the thing. You got to
Yeah.
find your good movie. And some of these
Yeah.
movies, you're like, oh, I paid this much for this. Oh.
Well, see, I kind of have a deal too. Is that if yeah, I tend to I need to take energy pills in order to stay awake in a movie theater, and there's only a certain kind of energy pills that I mean I take if I can have a monster drink, you know, with but that I'll tell you what I'll fall asleep.
Mm.
Those lights go out, I'll fall. So I take these. I don't take speed or anything, and I don't recommend. I'm not recommending anybody, but I take stack or two blackjacks. Those are like the only thing that will keep me awake. I mean, those 5 hour energies, they don't work for me.
Nah,
No,
nah.
I'll go ahead and I tried that before, and you know how they say that's supposed to be 2 doses. I'd even go ahead and drink the whole bottle, and I'll still fall asleep. Like,
Dang.
and and it's like, yeah, I don't mind if I fall asleep here at home, because I mean, yeah, I'm still paying for cable or whatever, and that,
Mhm.
but it's like I go and I when I pay that money at a movie theater, I don't want to pay that movie to go ahead and fall asleep. I pay too much money for it, you know.
Right. If you're gonna do that, you might as well do it at home.
Hmm.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. And it's just yeah, and this is good that to go to a movie theater too, man. It's like it was because even when the MJR theaters, man, they
Hmm.
always do the little hand claps and stuff like that. They used to make me laugh, man. Be like MJR. Like, okay. All right.
Yeah.
But just the anticipation of movies and stuff, man, it's just great, man. Seeing the
Hmm.
previews and
Unfortunately,
everything.
unfortunately, you gotta watch commercials now.
Right, right. Yeah. The commercials, sometimes you looking at a movie, you be like, oh yeah, I did forget it is a movie I gotta watch.
Yeah, yeah,
You'd be like, man. But it's you just gotta make the best of it, man.
yeah.
You know,
Now,
got to.
now, one thing those don't cover is like special events. Though, is if it's like because they'll have like the UFC and stuff like that there. So those tickets don't cover that.
Yeah.
And I haven't been for one. Yeah, I haven't been in one yet, but one of these days I'm gonna make it to one and just watch a UFC fight or whatever there. I'll pay that at least one time to see how it goes.
Yeah.
You know.
And speaking of one, because I've actually been to one.
Hmm.
I, I've been to one. The last time they had it in Detroit, I
Okay.
actually was there. That it man, it was exciting.
Right.
It was exciting. Um, I think that because I think the main event was I think it was Francis and Ganu and I think Overeem, Alistair Overeem.
Hmm.
I think that was one of the main events.
Right.
So it just got a chance. I think I saw Justin Gaethje, Jose Aldo, and a few other guys too. But it was exciting. It was
Yeah.
just I would say going to I would say to anybody. Go to a UFC event and just see how it is. It's gonna be. It's exciting.
Yeah.
It is a very exciting.
Yeah. They had one here in Muskegon, but I found out about it way too late.
Mm,
Yeah,
mm.
they did it. They had one over at the used to be called the LC Walk Arena, and I mean, I found out, and it was like, because I had caught because we have a. I had called to see if they had if they were going to have a hockey game um, or a arena football game there,
Mm-hmm.
and they happened to be there, but it was for the for a UFC fight and stuff like that. And it's like I had I would have had 10 minutes to get there, and it's like I was way in another city. It's like no, and
Yeah.
they wanted like quite a bit for the tickets. It's like I'm not gonna pay that and get halfway through the
Mm.
damn events and stuff like that. So
Yeah. Yeah. That's how I felt about the one I went to, man. I mean, the ticket started at 100, so the
right.
nosebleed started at $100.
Oh yeah.
So you like, ooh, you be like, man,
So
is this a UFC event or is this a New York Knicks game?
yeah.
Grief.
By the way, which do you like better, boxing or UFC? Or
Oh
are they
man,
like the same? Because that
I
was
would.
good.
Uh man, that's tough. I would probably say UFC.
Okay.
I love boxing. I'm actually I'm actually going to a boxing event this month actually.
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna go see I'm gonna see Clarissa Shields fight
Okay.
on the 27th.
Mm-hmm.
So but yeah, I love UFC, man. I love UFC, MMA. I love that more. It's like that's more exciting than boxing because with boxing, it's just like boxing is it's not exciting or the matchups is not it's nothing like it was in the 80s or the 90s or the early 2000s.
Right.
It's just
When you had Iron Mike Tyson and
yeah,
right.
right. The Sugar Ray Leonards and the Tommy Hearns and
Mm-hmm.
Marvin Haglers and all them. It's just even the heavyweight division, like with Tyson and Lennox Lewis and guys like that, and Vander Holyfield. It's just not the same anymore. Now you got guys that's retiring.
Mm-hmm.
You got Deontay Wilder's about to retire. You got
Right.
a couple other guys that's retiring, and it's just not exciting. I know guys is guys like Javante Davis and Shakir Stevenson, even though a lot of people walked out on Stevenson fight,
Mm-hmm.
which I can understand, but it's a lot of politics with boxing. And then the I remember in that car it was a fight to where you could clearly see one guy won,
Right.
and they gave it to the other person, which I thought was crazy.
Right.
I thought it was ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
And you feel for the kid because he wanted to cry, but he couldn't. He had to keep his composure.
Right.
So it's just like it's a lot of politics with that.
Yeah.
But I love UFC, man. I'm gonna always love UFC. I'm always love MMA. It's just the excitement, and not only just with the men's, but with the women's too.
Mm-hmm.
It's just exciting. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. What
Mm-hmm.
what what about you, Tim?
I UFC. I like that better than boxing myself because there's more to it. And like you say, there's more flair to it right now. You know, uh, and you don't hear that as much as you hear boxing. I think has did a terrible job as of late as in the promotional part.
Mm-hmm.
Where you'll see it's all over. You know, and that means something because it brings the fans in. They get the fan excited. You know, so that's but hey, grandizers.
What's up, Grandizer? How you doing?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah. So the question of the day, grandizer, is which do you prefer? UFC fighting, MIA, or boxing? Which do you
Mhm.
think? I mean that low down blue.
Yeah. I heard that.
Yeah.
I heard that. But
Uh,
yeah, and you know what? I think Dana White has a lot to do with that, man.
oh yeah.
I think he's
Mm,
a good promoter for UFC.
yeah.
He's just it's just like, and then it's not the boxing. You don't see the promotion like it used to be. Not like with Don King and a lot of those guys too. Like when
Hey,
Don King, he used to just take it to a whole nother level. You don't
hey,
have it in boxing no more.
yeah. Just his hair did it for him. He didn't need to say a word.
Right,
I mean,
right,
that hairdo. I mean,
right.
mine's not that much better right now, but I mean, yeah, of course it's not stick. Oh,
Yeah,
uh,
yeah. It's just
yeah.
it's not the
Right.
promotion is just not there. It's just
Mm-hmm.
they just
Right.
go more on names than
Mm-hmm.
more of the promotion. With UFC, it's more of the promotion. Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
names, but
Mm-hmm.
it's you see more promotion with that, and that has a lot.
Right.
And Dana White has a lot to do with that. He's a good promoter,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Right.
and he hypes it up, so
Yeah.
it's cool.
And actually, Dana White has did some things with where he was also kind of working a little bit with even with the WWE for a while, even though you have one that's real, one that's you know uh, entertainment sport. You know,
Yeah,
you had a little bit of the crossover there. So I think that
mhm.
helped out.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you this, Tim. What is your what is your thoughts of pro wrestling nowadays?
Uh, I think it needs more competition.
Yes.
When Vince McMahon bought the WCW, I think that hurt it more than anything because it made it just and if he would have bought it and made it and not just killed it, you know if he would have made it like a competing force and actually used it that way instead of just trying to he became like a mom bell of professional wrestling.
Hmm.
And then I mean, yeah, you do got the elite wrestling now too. That does kind of compete, but it's that's basically what I think hurt it. But one thing that Vince McMahon did and Turner did too was they went ahead and they got it and where it didn't need to be your dirty little secret. Like you're watching wrestling and it's fake. Yeah, I mean, it's
Like,
like, you know, now one thing, even though it's fake, and
mhm.
it was one of those things that you always needed to tell your friends as a kid and stuff like that. I know it's fake, but in order to do some of those acrobatical tricks that they do, you got to be athlete.
Oh
You
yeah, no question.
uh, but yeah, I I like it. I do think it's kind of watered down now with it. But when you had the WCW, ECW, and the wars in the back, it. I don't know. I think that it meant more when you had the WCW. I always liked the WCW better than I did the WWE.
Yeah,
It's just,
right.
it's just, I just probably because that was where I started wrestling it, or sorry, not wrestling. That's where I started watching it. With that. So it's just, and the thing that I liked about it was that um, even though you did have characters, it didn't seem as circusy as what I
Hmm.
thought. Especially the WC or the WWEF, whatever it was back then. It
Yeah.
wasn't as much as a circus because I mean, every WWF, didn't really go by its name, and if you now I do think WWE or WWE did great with the Undertaker deal.
Hmm.
You know.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, it's probably gonna go down. It's probably the best character they've
Hmm.
had, or one of the best they've ever had. And that's why Vince is a genius with these characters for the
Oh yeah.
most part. Not
No.
all the time. For the
Right.
most part, he's good with those characters.
Hmm.
You
Yeah.
know, and
I know it got better. It did get better on those characters, but not. I mean, at first I didn't. You know, not to
yeah,
walk
and
all over.
and I think with him buying WCW and ECW, I think that damaged pro wrestling with him
Hmm.
buying that because it wasn't no competition
Right.
for a long time. And it's just like when you see that. Now, I agree with you. It has watered down a lot. And I think um, fans want to bring back the Attitude Era
Hmm.
and those wars that they had with WCW. The problem is they don't have the characters to do that like they
Right.
did then.
Hmm.
I don't think that because you keep bringing these Attitude Era guys back when you should be concentrate more on these younger wrestlers and the wrestlers that you have in the industry. And I
Right.
think they have a hard time doing that because they have to use these Attitude Eras to sell money, to get
Hmm.
money.
Oh yeah.
And and it's a lot of fans that see that now. And they're not going for the banana in the tailpipe.
Right.
So, but they're gonna pay their money because they like pro wrestling and they like to support it. And I I I agree with you. I was a fan of WCW. I was even more fan of ECW. I
Oh yeah.
love ECW. Oh my goodness. That changed ECW changed wrestling forever.
Hmm.
Stuff that they did, nobody else did. You seeing guys getting drunk in the ring and man, they took so many drugs there. You were surprised. There was a lot of them that
Right.
that was still alive,
Oh yeah.
like crazy.
Yep.
I was
And
just like that. The wrestling there it was exciting. I go back and look at that, and I just be like, man. And some of the stuff that they said too, you can't say today.
oh no,
You
no, no.
cannot say that today.
Oh no, no.
It's like some of the stuff they said and some of the things that they did, you cannot do today because the audience is so sensitive that they can't even you can't even say that now.
Yeah, I know. I exactly agree there. Yeah, it's like you got to be so politically correct.
Hmm.
And one thing, Vince McMahon did have a way of putting it in people's, in the censor's face. I mean, he was one of the ones that kind of brought in, like, saying the four-letter words. Some of them not the real bad ones, but you know,
Mm.
he was good at breaking the rules. Now, the one thing that I hated, there's one time when they had the Road Warriors, Hawk and Animal in there,
Mm.
and you know how they always had the spikes, but I don't. They had them come in, and you could tell those spikes were damn plastic.
Right.
I mean, I looked at them. I said, "What the?" Because I remember
Mhm.
I was over Jim. I, I said, "That just looks so stupid." You know,
Yeah.
I mean, when the Road Warriors Hawk and Animal first came in and stuff like that, you know, they all you could always tell they were metal and stuff like that. But you know, they came in and it was. I mean, it looked like something they bought at a Halloween store. And I don't know if it was insurance issues or what, but luckily I only seen that one time. You know,
Yeah. Look like
yeah,
something they got from Party City.
yeah, yeah.
Oh man.
Oh,
And the one thing and the one thing I don't like about AEW is that they're trying to be too much like WCW.
right, right.
They're trying too hard, and you can't do that. You
No.
you can't. Like when it first started, the first couple of years, I loved it.
Hmm.
It was new. It was that new shiny toy. But
Right.
now it's like you already know what's going on. It's like the um they're not relying on the original AEW guys. They keep bringing in these ex WWE guys and stuff like that. And now I do like the fact that they're merging with Ring of Honor and New
Hmm.
Japan and things like that, or even and even TNA too. I like what they're doing right now with TNA. I
Yeah.
love it. I like that they brought back TNA instead of
Hmm.
just it wasn't just Impact. They brought back the whole TNA name, which I love that.
Yeah.
I loved it.
And
And
they were actually TNA was actually the one that was actually more like WCW for a while.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Now, what was WCW called before it was called WCW?
Ooh, was it the World? Um,
Well, W.
was it NWA?
Well, it was sanctioned by NWA, but it was called something else, and it went by the state.
Um,
Because WCW stands for World Championship Wrestling, but
yeah,
before they changed that to the WCW, it was called by the state. What state was it? What
think
state
was
was
it?
Turner?
It was. I think it was either Georgia. It was either Georgia or was it
Georgia
North Carolina?
Georgia Championship Wrestling.
Georgia champ. Yep. Georgia
Yep.
Championship Wrestling. Yep.
And they ended up changing it to WCW,
Mm-hmm.
and it was
Mm-hmm.
always sanctioned by the NWA.
Yeah, because they
But the
always used to be in Atlanta.
right,
Yep.
but the NWA, they used to go. You know, the NWA had like certain belts that
Mm-hmm.
was, you know, because you had the national championship, you had of course the world heavyweight championship, and I think the world TV champion. You know, those are all NWA belts.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
if you remember, you also had AWA. You would
Yep.
have, you know, which is the American Wrestling Alliance.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you would see NWA was more in charge of that too, because you would see there would be crossover matches and stuff like that. Now,
Mm-hmm.
New Japan, I think they have aligned with just about at one time they have aligned with just about every federation.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
You know,
Right.
And like, I mean, the people, I don't know if they still do, but the people in Japan, they used to really believe that stuff was real.
Oh, they still do.
Yeah, yeah,
Some of them
and,
still do.
yeah,
Yeah, some of them still do. And
yeah,
I still watch New Japan.
yeah.
So that didn't kind of water down since certain people left there a few years ago.
Hmm.
So it's not like how it was, or you know when the evolution of the Bullet Club was there. Now they kind of watered down there now. So
Right.
it's just a lot of guys have left. So it's kind of like they're getting new guys to fill in that spot.
Hmm.
So which is going to take some work, but I like that they're giving these other guys, these younger guys, up in the card. I like that
Right.
about New Japan, because they always had one thing about New Japan. They give everybody a shot.
Right.
They give a lot of people. But I know a lot of, because I know a lot of wrestling fans hate the fact that it's so many belts in a company. I don't have a problem with that. I don't
Oh
have a
my God.
problem with so many belts there.
Hmm.
So, and some people feel that way about WWE. It's too many belts there, but I don't think it's. I don't have a problem with it.
Right. For the longest time, there wasn't hardly any belts in the
Mm-hmm.
WWE because you used to, you used to have, of course, you would have one women's champion, you know, and back when Wendy Richter was a champion, and Fabulous Moolah, they went they went to every place. It seemed like.
Mm-hmm.
You would see them on WCW and you would see them on uh, WWE. Because I mean back then it was you didn't have your own women's division. It was just every now and then you would get a woman
Yeah.
wrestler. But
Yeah.
you know because NWA always had a lot more belts than because uh, you had of course the WWF champion, and then you had Intercontinental champion, and then you had basically the tag team titles, and those are like the three belts that were really for the longest time in the WWF WWE.
Right.
You
Right.
know, so but then of course when you got with the Raw brand and the other brand, and then they brought the cruiserweight champion. Um, of course, then there was a championship belt that didn't mean anything really.
Right. Right.
which was Ted DiBiase's the $1 Million Man belt.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
They actually brought that belt back. I think it was either last year or 2 years ago.
mm-hmm,
But like 6 or 7 months later, they just was like, we don't even need the belt no more. We're just gonna keep it. So
right,
it was just
yeah,
like, well, okay. That's how a lot of them
yeah,
belts is. Like cruiserweight belt. Okay, we'll have it for a couple of years, but you know what? We ain't gonna have it no more. It's
right,
okay.
and
We
then
got the we got the 24/7 belt, but you know what? We ain't gonna have that belt no more. We don't need it.
mm-hmm,
So, but yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind a whole bunch of championships. Just like now, they got a new championship with WWE called the Speed Belt.
the speed belt.
Yeah,
So what do you
yeah,
think? No, I'm joking. Okay,
right, yeah. So they got a program called Speed. It's
okay,
like every Wednesday afternoon. I think it's on Twitter or Instagram. I think it's on Twitter. So you
okay,
can only watch it on Twitter, or if you got the WWE Network or something.
okay,
So they had this tournament of who's going to be the inaugural Speed champion,
right,
and they had it, and then it wound up being Ricochet, but now he lost because he's no longer with the company anymore. So now it's somebody else. I can't remember who it is. I think it's Andrade or somebody. I can't remember. But they've actually made a speed championship belt for that particular program.
Right. Wow.
So I'm like, we gonna see. We gonna see how long this lasts. It's the speed belt. I'm telling you, Tim, the speed belt. It almost looked like it almost looked like a game of Bop It. That's the kind of like it's like the same kind of colors. It almost looked like a Bop It belt.
Okay.
It's a shiny belt. I'm just like, yeah, we're gonna see how long this lasts.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm like, wow.
The speed championship belt in the WWE.
I'm like speed championship. I'm like, oh man. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
It's weird if not showing me that particular belt. I
got to. As soon as I come across it, I'm gonna send it to you.
Yeah. I actually want to get a because I know there's, but of course I got to fork out the money yet. But I want to get a championship belt with my logo on.
Oh wow!
That's what I want to do. I just think that would be so cool. And then have on the side panels, like, because you see them make like Lions stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Have one with the Lions because I'm a Lions fan, and then have one be like have a side panel to knock them on your ass. Which I gotta get a logo for that. Yeah, it's like.
That's got to be a shirt. That's got to be a shirt.
Yeah, I know. That needs to be a shirt. And you know
what it'd be cool, Tim, if you get a shirt that say "knock him on his ass," and then you'll have your logo on top of you knocking somebody out, and then on the logo you'll say "Raw."
Oh yeah.
Oh, that would be cool. That would be cool.
Yeah. Well, see, what I need to do is I need to get something like Canva and stuff like that, and what I need to do is when somebody does get knocked on their ass, and the Maniac says you just been served and you've been what we call it, knocked on your ass. Who's our knocking on your ass champion this week? Let's see, and we just go ahead and give it to, hey, Jordan Love. He played Detroit Lions, and what happened to him? He got knocked on his ass. And
like we got a special award called the Knock Him on His Ass Award. Yep. And this week it's gonna be Jordan Love.
Yeah.
What did he get? Knocked on his ass.
Caleb Williams got knocked on his ass. And just
for the 10th time. Like, well, that's 10 sacks on him.
Just for Megan or for those here, Sam Howell, you got knocked on your ass. Let's see. I'm getting a telegram here. Oh, Lions just knocked Dak Prescott on his ass.
On his ass. or what some people call him is Brock Purdy's bitch.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
You know what would be funny as hell?
Well,
it would not be for our friends on the Bears podcast.
Yeah.
But it would be funny as hell because Jeremy B was just talking about Caleb Williams ain't signed yet. He doesn't. He wants to be paid what he's worth with the pink.
Oh, he hasn't signed yet.
He hasn't signed yet. No.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
that's
I
what
didn't know.
Jeremy B was just telling me earlier today. And
Oh, wow. I didn't know he didn't sign yet.
yeah.
Wow.
But
Okay.
it's like there's only so much money the Bears can give him under his rookie deal.
Right.
But
Right.
one thing Jeremy was saying is Caleb does not have an agent. He got a team. He got the law firm that's going to be working
Mhm.
on this. And what happens if he goes ahead and sues the NFL? What could he actually be the one that ends the rookie contracts?
Hey, could be.
I mean, it's just. But I mean, I'm for team wise, rookie contracts are great. But what happens, and if you're the athlete, and what happens if you get hurt through no fault of your own? Because
Mhm.
we all know this sport is not getting on your ass collision sport.
Right. Exactly.
I mean,
Literally.
yeah. What happens if he gets, if somebody gets hurt the first year? What happens if Brock Purdy, before he gets his well-deserved, contract, if he gets hurt before he gets that, his deal, or if they get caught. I mean, and actually, even for like the running back, how fair is it for the rookies? Yeah, and I know you all have, we all have the, they all have the collective bargaining agreement and stuff like that. But
Mhm.
just think what the veterans are. Just think what the rookies are thinking about the veterans. What the hell are you guys doing to me? Yeah,
Right.
I mean, we all know running backs don't last as long as they used to.
No, they
You
don't.
know, you're not seeing the long term Emmitt Smith, uh, Bo Jackson,
Mhm.
of course
Or,
Barrett, Billy
yeah,
Smith,
or
Barrett Sanders.
Adrian Peterson.
Yeah,
Or
yeah,
even guys like Adrian Peterson.
right. So a lot of them, are being replaced shortly after the rookie deal because you got somebody that can serve almost as well as they did.
Mhm.
So in other words, and they have kind of killed that, killed that for them.
See, and that's another reason why we got to be extra careful with guys like David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs.
Mm-hmm.
We got to be careful with them because of, I would say more so with David Montgomery because his running style.
Yeah.
His running style, because he runs hard. So it's like you may
Yeah.
have a couple of years with him,
Mm-hmm.
and then his body might go out. That's
Right.
why you're glad to have somebody like a Jahmyr Gibbs because to back him up because that can that he could get rest. Dave
Yeah.
Montgomery can get rest.
Right.
So that'll be good for them. It's good to have those two good
Yeah.
backs. I mean,
Yeah.
not too many teams can sit here and say they got two good running backs.
Yeah. Right. And I would definitely rather have the two running backs that we got than the two running backs that the Bears got.
Oh, yeah, oh,
I mean,
without question.
yeah, I mean, Swift is good, but he got hurt. He just got hurt too much,
Mm-hmm.
And I just think that if I mean, it's, but he's playing for the Bears, and I mean, one thing, the Bears, the Bears are such a rivalry team,
Mm-hmm.
where their team, when they play a team like the Lions, even if the Bears suck, they show up when they play the Lions.
They do.
They
do.
and that's that's not a. Now, one thing that has changed with the Lions, I think, with the Dan Campbell era, Lions show up all the time too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's like it's going to be on like Donkey Kong when those two teams plays. This
Yeah.
NFC North, this NFC North. I mean, hey, you got all these other teams that are buying. I mean, like we had the um the Green Bay Packers for freaking too long. They've been the unofficial uh kings of the NFC North. But you know what? Last year we knocked them on their ass down.
Right.
And you know what? Just because they got Jordan Love. And I'll
Mhm.
tell you, Jordan Love is a great player. He's a great quarterback. But you know what? We're still coming for you, Green Bay. We're gonna knock you on your ass.
Right.
And Jordan Love, you've been served.
He don't notice. He on
Yeah,
he
you're
on
on
lock
notice.
notice.
One
And it's
season.
amazing how some of these experts have Jordan Love better than Jared Goff.
Right.
Or even it's a lot of experts that has
Caleb Williams.
David LaFleur better than Dan Campbell.
Right.
And I'm like, and it's some of them that think Jim Harbaugh is better than Dan Campbell. I'm thinking like, how you gonna have Jim Harbaugh better, and he just not becoming an NFL coach again? That's crazy.
Yeah. Dan Campbell took a team that was stripped. I mean, stripped of everything. Him and Brad Holmes put together a product that was to be contend with year before last and last year. I mean, it was when the coach of the stupid Vikings
Yeah.
went ahead and they inherited. He inherited an intact team. Where Dan Campbell inherited and Brad Holmes inherited a mess from Fatty Matty Patricia and Bob Quinney. I mean, and I'll tell you, I lost. I mean, yeah, I'm a Michigan fan, and I had respect for what he did in Michigan. He got them to a national championship. But I'll tell you, in NFL, what made me disrespect Jim Harbaugh in the NFL was the way he acted when they went ahead and actually cheated to beat the Lions way back when he was a 49ers coach. And he wouldn't even shake our guy's hand. Jim Harbaugh would. Somebody should have went ahead and knocked him on his ass.
Yeah. Yeah, Jim Schwartz. Jim Schwartz should have did that too.
Oh, yeah.
That's what made you like Jim Schwartz, because of stuff like that, because he didn't care.
Right. And it was but it was the one of the bad stuff that happened was see, the rookie deals came right after we ended up spending, because we didn't have the luxury of getting Matthew Stafford on a rookie deal.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was like a couple of years before the rookie deal was activated. Yeah. And we didn't, Nagaman and Sue, I know I always have trouble saying that name, and not that, Sue.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
We didn't have the rookie deal until like Nick Fairley came, and Fairley was very wary. He didn't.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
And very fat. Yes.
Ah,
Hey,
geez.
somebody had to say it. I had to say it.
You're right. You're right. You're right. Uh,
Yeah.
okay. I know I'm not reading. Yeah, Jim Schwartz didn't like the black tap,
The
back tap,
back
back tap.
the
All
back, yeah, the back tap. Oh, back
right.
tap. Right. So he
If if you were to do the
probably
most
right.
back tap prank to Jim Schwartz, he wanted to do fight you. Well, you know what? He one of the things he did is he brought in toughness to the Lions at the time. You know, and it was just the NFL didn't like that.
Hmm.
You know, NFL didn't like. Yeah, I mean, it was like
It's kind of similar to Dan Campbell now.
right.
Because
Oh yeah,
they don't like what Dan Campbell is doing. He's switching
yeah,
things up and
yeah.
doing his own thing. And they don't like him and they don't like Ben Johnson. They
Right.
tried so hard to try to get Ben Johnson away from the Lions, but he
Mm-hmm.
signed back, and
Yeah.
which was a good thing. But
Oh yeah.
they don't like they don't like the way the Lions is presented because they didn't think that the Lions were going to be that good. They thought that they were going to be terrible for a long time.
Oh yeah.
And they exceeded expectations, and they don't like that.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
they didn't like. Well, one of the reasons. Yeah, there was a couple of reasons I have heard where the NFL didn't like the Detroit Lions because number one, there's the bad history, of course.
Right.
Number two was that um, they when the Carolina and Jacksonville wanted to come in, you know, uh, William Clay Ford was like the only owner that didn't want expansion, so he voted
Mhm.
against expansion. And back then, you needed um, you needed every in order for it to expand, you needed a unanimous vote where all the other owners wanted to bring more money into the NFL by expanding, but William Clay Ford didn't want to. So Pete Rozelle at the time was, and Jim had all this stuff written down that somebody had emailed him, uh, where it where Pete Rozelle has said the Detroit Lions will never win a playoff game again because he is so mad. And you know
Mhm.
what? It makes you wonder. I don't know how factual that stuff is, but William Clay Ford was one of these type of owners though, where uh, he didn't care if the NFL fined him. He would tell the
Right.
NFL where to go.
Hmm.
Where
That's right.
I think that Sheila Hamford, she's working with Roger Goodell. And another thing that I had heard was one of the reasons the NFL didn't like the Lions too was because we fought to keep the Thanksgiving games at home. I mean, how were the Lions were the ones that started the tradition,
Hmm.
you know.
Hmm.
But the other owners want. Okay, to be honest, Ben Johnson's options at head coach were not good either. Yeah, I don't blame him. Don't go to the functional organizations who really don't care about winning. That's that's true. I don't think Seattle was an option for. Correct me if I'm wrong. That could have maybe been a good option. Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Seattle was a good thing though.
Yeah. I think Ben Johnson realized op- options was what Carolinas, Washington, Indies, and what else? I think
Mm-hmm.
it was only. I know it was Washington, and wasn't it? Uh, I thought Seattle. Didn't Seattle want to see him? I
Yeah,
know there
but
were two. There was two. Now it doesn't mean that they would have hired him. But I know.
mm-hmm.
I know it was Washington. They were on. They were on the plane to go come ahead and see him, and he told them to stay home.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just like with the Bears, or the Bears wanted to. You kept hearing they wanted to possibly hire Jim Harbaugh, Ben
Right.
Johnson, or a few other
Mhm.
people. It was just
Yeah.
like, nah, nah.
Yeah.
What they,
Well, remember Jim Harbaugh? What because when he had the bad start, do you remember where Jim Harbaugh was going to go? He actually thought he
wait,
had
say it again.
when I when Jim Harbaugh had the bad start, and he had actually told Michigan he was going to take this job. Do you remember where he was going to go a few years back?
Um, mm,
It was in the NFC,
I don't think it
and
was.
he actually thought he had the job and told Michigan that they need a new head coach, but he didn't get the job.
My, it was either I think it was either the Bears or the Vikings.
It was the Vikings. You're right,
Okay,
Granddad Patrol. It was the Vikings.
okay.
He had told he had told or he had but they hired the other guy. He had to go back.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. He's like, oh, I got the Vikings. I like
It was,
no.
yeah, it was the right because at that time the Bears wasn't I thought that they had with Poles or whatever the hell was before. Who was
What
their
was it?
before
Portland?
Everett?
Oh,
Poles?
for ever first, I think was it Lovey Smith?
No, it was somebody before or after him.
Um, Lovey Smith. Oh God, I can't even remember. Oh,
Oh
who was
wow,
that?
okay.
Lovey Smith. I cannot think of. I cannot think of it. I cannot think of it.
Right.
I know it's gonna. I know it's gonna come to me.
Yeah, and it's going to be one of those names that you're like, I can't believe.
Shoot. Um, what's it? Oh
Oh,
man, it's gonna come. It's gonna come to me. I know it's gonna come to me.
right.
I know it's gonna come to me. Um, oh man, gotta go after. Man. Um, Mark Trestman.
Oh yeah.
Mark Trestman.
Hmm.
Yep. Yep. Mark Trestman.
And he was the one that passed up on Mahomes.
Mm. Well, hey, ended up being a good decision for him. Like I'm gonna stay at Michigan. Wound up getting the national championship, even though he cheated one. But it's okay. It's all right. It's all right. We'll give you that. Give you that. Cheated their way to a championship, but it's okay. We'll give you that. Give you that. Mm. After that happened, he went 100 miles and running to another team, but it's okay. It's all right.
yeah, and What team was the one that actually? Oh my. Oh, okay. I thought it was a couple hours later. What What team was the one that was actually putting pressure on them? Do you remember? For for,
Oh,
for them to go after them.
that
What
had to be
team?
the Bears. Was it
No,
the
no,
Bears?
no. Okay, no. I'm talking about what college team was putting pressure on Michigan this year in order to get all this stuff brought up.
Oh, Ohio State.
Yeah.
Of course.
Damn. Fuck.
Of course.
Excuse the language. I hate that. I hate
Yeah,
Ohio State.
of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, they cheated. I'm okay. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah, they cheated. You still couldn't beat them. Do all the signs, do all of that, but still,
Right.
even though I do think if they didn't intercept that foot, if they didn't get an interception, I think
Mm-hmm.
Ohio State could have beat them. Though I
Right.
really do. I
Oh,
think if it wasn't
it
for
was
that
definitely a game. Yeah.
yeah, I think if it wasn't for that interception, I think they would have beat them because they was right in the territory. It's
Right.
just when they put pressure on them, that Ohio State quarterback got he couldn't take it, but yeah, threw an interception.
Right.
Jordan
Yeah.
Addison arrested for DUI. Yeah, I heard about
Yeah.
that.
Mm-hmm.
I heard about that.
Yeah. And that's one of the things Jeremy was talking about too. He said that he don't have any inside information on it. Okay, but we all know Jeremy has opinion, and he explained that he don't know it. But in California, and also in most states too, if you're sitting with your car on and you can go ahead and smell the alcohol, you don't even need to be driving. You can that's, but he refused. He did refuse the um, breathalyzer test.
Mm,
So that
okay,
yeah.
that makes sense.
And I mean I know that's true. And because I had a friend that used to live in Ohio,
Mm-hmm.
and he had gotten drunk, and he had fell asleep in his car. But, and the police caught him in the morning, not driving, but
Mm,
he still got a DUI out of
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Now, one of the things I seen on YouTube too, which I'll tell you, which was, how we got the no texting and stuff like that while driving,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
you know, and this was, I don't think this one was in Michigan, but other states had that same law. But
Okay.
a guy was holding on to, like 19-year-old kid was holding on to his phone and ordering at McDonald's.
Mm.
And a
All
cop
right.
came up to him in the drive-through and gave him a ticket for using that mobile app.
Hey, he didn't even wait for him to eat his Big Mac and gave him a ticket. Damn.
You know what?
Jeez.
Well, I heard the kid got a lawyer and he's fighting it because that's private property. That's not on.
Right.
That's
Right.
not. Yeah, but you know what? That cop deserves to be knocked on his ass for shit like that.
Exactly. Exactly.
I mean,
Courtesy of Maniac Tim.
yeah,
Knocked on
yeah.
his ass and say roar right after it. Just to add more pain to it.
Yeah. You go ahead and you do it. I mean, I can see if somebody's
Mm-hmm.
and there was, and I was actually even because I had a deal with my headlight and it wasn't it wasn't a replacement for a headlight. I needed to get the whole housing fixed,
Mm-hmm.
and I had insurance on it, but we had lost slip and we had ordered had ordered a new slip from Progressive and stuff like that, but it took like 3 weeks to get here. I had things set up with to take it to the garage to get the headlight fixed and stuff like that, but I didn't have a proof of insurance. So so they did email me one, you know, on my phone and stuff like that. But I was worried, well, okay, if I go ahead and get pulled over for this damn headlight, all right, I didn't want two fix-it tickets. But I was going to act that cop. I was going to say, I'm pulled over here, before I showed them on my phone, I was going to say, you're not going to give me a ticket if I go ahead and show you my proof of insurance on the phone, are you?
Right.
Because that would have been a bitch,
It would have.
I mean, if I'm just going ahead to show my legal documents to I mean, that would be, to me, that's considered abuse of, But I was ready, I had it right ready, sitting by. I didn't get pulled over, luckily. But I just thought I would need to ask that a cop first before I showed him, make sure he wasn't going to ticket me if I went ahead and showed him on my phone.
You would have had to knock him on his ass.
Then I would have ended up in jail. It's one thing to say and do it.
Right. Oh man. Hey, Tim, you would have had to go Adam Sandler Waterboy on him.
Oh gosh. Oh man. Oh.
Didn't mean to. Coach Klein said I could.
Oh
man, I love that movie. Yeah. I love it. Oh man.
Adam Sanders, he's just he's just a one of a kind actor. Yeah, he played that one.
Yes, he is.
And wasn't the coach Henry Winkler?
Yes, he was.
And he sure looked a lot different than the Fonz.
He sure did. That's a different kind of role. Would be like.
I know. I mean, here the Fonz, he was just slick back, cool dude and stuff like that, and like, what the hell? I remember,
like, wait a minute, is that him?
Yeah,
right.
I remember the first time I seen Henry Winkler outside of the Happy Days, outside of Fonz role. It was like he was playing a wrestler that was an actor, and of course he wasn't a very big. He's not a very big guy or anything like that. So it was like but he used his and he was actually, as a wrestler, playing. He was an actor that was going for this gig as a wrestler. So he went ahead and he did this deal where it was like, he said, "What? No, I'm not an athlete or anything, but do you know what I can go ahead and do to sell this stuff?" So he was very good at doing paint and stuff like that. But I'll tell you what, just from the way Henry Winkler looked, as far as in The Waterboy and in this other movie, from going from a cool dude to a sports geek or whatever the heck he is, he deserves to be knocked on his ass.
Oh man, you're right. You're right.
Oh,
you're absolutely right.
I mean, I would say bitch slapped them, but no, that's going a little too far. Just talk about it.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Oh
That's what,
man.
like some of these actors, you'd be like, they play these tough roles, and then you see them in something else. You'd be like, wait a minute,
Hmm.
huh? Like what?
Right. Yeah.
I'm like, what is that? Huh? I'm like, oh no, that can't be. That can't be.
So which did you like Lee Majors in more? $6 Million Man or the Fall Guy?
Ooh, ooh, oh man. I have to say $6 million man. I have to say that.
Oh yeah,
I
I
would
gotta
have to say,
agree with you there. I mean, he did a good role as the Fall Guy, but I was always into that science fiction stuff. You know,
right.
it's just
Right.
like it's just like I preferred cars like Kit over Hardcastle and McCormick's car.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. It was just
I,
so cool looking at that kind of stuff. You was just like, man,
mm,
that's amazing.
although Harry was supposed to be running fast, he was supposed to be running fast, but they did it in slow motion to make it look like he was running fast. But then when they had then when they had the remake with his kid, remember that? I mean, it was like one in the uh, 2000s or 90s. They had one where they showed his kid got in some accident, and they went
Yep.
ahead and made they made him really. Because I remember he's racing Jamie Summers,
Uh-huh.
and they showed her running, the the um, the way they used to, you know,
Yeah. Yeah.
and and then here's this kid here. Here's a kid with a new set of biomes. Like she's running like the new set of biomes. It's just like, now that was cool. And
Like, yeah,
I'll
that
tell you
was
what,
so
I
cool.
I seen I did see that new movie, the Coat Savers one, the new Fall Guy one that's at the show,
Mm-hmm.
and I did really like that movie. I did. I think I seen it 3
Mm.
times. I know I've seen at least two, but I know me and my wife seen it together uh twice. But it was weird because you know that noise that they always made with the Bionics.
Was it
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, right. They had a couple times in a couple of the fight things where they
Mm.
actually made that noise.
Right.
Yeah,
Right. I
yeah,
remember
yeah,
that.
yeah. No, and it was, I mean, all the newer people in the theater. I think it mainly, other younger people, I should say, and
Mhm.
we that didn't know the Bionic Man and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
You know, I they just it's just like it just went right past them. And, me and my wife just kind of looked at, yeah, we know where that's from. And then of course, at the end of the movie, Lee Majors walks out. He's like playing a security guard. Everybody else ain't everybody else ain't getting it, but we know that he's the original Fall Guy.
Right.
Any of us old folks like you, like even you, Granddizer's 12. I know that was a little after your time, Granddizer's 12. There, I gotta start giving him a lot of crap too because he gives me
Right.
old age crap.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to do that just anyway, just cause.
uh, and no,
And
no, we're
they don't make shows like that anymore, man. It's like you
oh
look back
no,
at those type of shows; those were just classics. I
yeah,
don't think you'll ever get any more of those type of shows
oh
ever.
right,
It's
yeah.
just you look at shows like that. You look at the original Batman back in the day. Oh,
Pow!
pow, ping, bam, pow, pow. I'm like, okay. I'm like, man. I'm
Yeah.
like, wow. That was just hilarious. All those shows back then.
Yeah. It's like it was like TV and comic books both.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it
It's
always had the power, had the, they would always, you could, when they were thinking of something and you would see that stuff, they'll show like a clip of the comic book and stuff like that.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And they don't make them like they used to, man. Even
Uh,
the I used to like I used to like I like Knight Rider too, man. I thought that
oh,
was so
oh,
cool.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I like Kit over I like Kit over the Hardcastle McCormick car because I mean
Mm-hmm.
Knight Rider. Oh yeah, I like that.
I see it. That's another one with David Hasselhoff. You look back, you like he go from Knight Rider to Baywatch, and you like, okay. You go from a cool guy, now you in the beach, saving lives and stuff. I'm like, okay, all right, okay.
Back then it was when Harry Chess was in though.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Really? Wow. I could not stand Knight Rider. You could not. Well, I love that show.
And
His
man, just
acting
to
with
see
that.
them cars and the interaction, man, that's what made the show with the cars.
Oh yeah, and yeah,
You know.
and Kit's voice was the guy from St. Elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Was the head doctor
Mm-hmm.
for? It was like, and the thing that made it with Kit was like a stuck up car. He knew he was better than Michael. yeah,
Yeah.
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 Knight Rider is so
Said it
okay.
was cringe, and this was back
Yeah,
in the '80s. It was clammy, campy. Okay, I mean
yeah.
it was it's a lot of shows in the '80s that it was some of them that were cringe. It was some that
Mhm,
was cringe. You was just like, okay, all right, but then it was a lot of good programs on in the '80s too.
mhm.
You just look back at it now, you just be like, man. Because sometimes you look back at shows like that, you be like, oh man, I'm getting old. Be
Okay,
like,
let's go.
gee.
Okay, let's
So let's
keep it.
keep it a buck. If they would have just shown Kit traveling along the road, it would have been good. I hear you. I hear you.
Right.
Even the Star Treks over the years, you look back like, okay, Star Treks, Magnum PI,
Yeah.
yeah, and they making new versions of Magnum PI.
Oh yeah.
So that was cool. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Even the old even the shows like MASH and all of them. Like, wow, you look back like,
What about Starsky and Hutch?
oh, oh,
Ugh.
said
Charlie's
18.
Aunt. Yeah. Oh yeah, at 18. Yeah. I love it when a plan comes together.
Right.
I
Dun,
love
dun,
it.
dun, 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 dun. Just one thing. Don't have Rampage Jackson play Mr. T. Please don't do that again. No. Starsky and Hutch. Yeah.
What
Yeah.
about, what about the Dukes of Hazzard?
Oh man. Oh. I used to love that car, man.
Yeah.
And
But
Ralph
generally,
Coltrane.
you little
Oh
fat buddy,
man.
you little fat pain.
Oh man.
Oh gosh.
The Rockford Files and Kojak.
Yep. Telly, Telly,
Bojack made the bald heads look cool,
yeah,
dude.
yep. And
Hey, I don't know.
I know he went from he went from a cigar smoking guy to a big sucker.
Hey, you said that. I didn't.
Well, I mean, it's true. You smoke that cigar, then.
Yeah, but you're right.
Yep.
You're right. You know what was a show I kind of low key like, but doesn't get the kind of credit. I don't know if you remember this show. You remember Hunter, the show Hunter?
Yep.
I thought that was a low key nice show too. Special show. It was cool.
Speaking of Star Trek, and you should know this. Who did Avery Brooks play before he played with Captain of Star Trek?
Oh, say that again.
Star Trek, Avery Brooks from DS9.
Mm-hmm.
Who did he play before that? He was on a detective show.
Ooh.
And he was kind of like a bad guy, kind of like a I mean, he was like a kind of like a cool huggy bear, no, not really a huggy.
Oh man! Oh my God! I cannot think of that. I can't think of it.
Hawk. He played.
Oh,
I think it was Dan Tanner, probably.
Okay.
And then he got his own series for a while.
Okay.
Yep. And he always had the bald head.
Yeah, he did.
And then when he first started out as Captain Cisco or Commander Cisco, he had the hair, but later on, so you really didn't recognize him that much. And the role, really, the role was so different because here in Hawk, he was this kind of like slick, cool type guy, where in Star Trek DS9, he was this more technical type guy, more military.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hawk.
Man. Even had shows like Alf. Like Alf, I thought that was. Oh man.
Oh boy.
I'm really showing my age when I talk about Alf.
Yes, you are. Oh boy. Well, remember before the Cartoon Network, and you could really, before the Cartoon Network, cartoons, you could only watch cartoons usually 2 times. It would be after school for a couple hours after school, and it would have been Saturday morning.
Yep.
You used to always get up for Saturday morning cartoons. Then the Cartoon Network came in. Yeah.
It was like Looney Tunes and all of that stuff. Say Spencer for Hire.
Yeah. Oh, I said that, but you're right. It was Spencer for Hire. It was not Dan Tanner for Hire. Yeah, Spencer for Hire was where he would go ahead and talk to Hawk. Yep. And then Hawk went ahead and
oh man.
And got his show for I don't think it did well when he got his own show. That boy on Alf, the son passed away last week.
Oh wow.
Phoenix, Arizona. He died in
his car with his dog.
Wow.
Oh man, prayers go out to him. Oh
Oh,
man,
yep. And then, and of course, I know last night we talked about Richard Simmons passed away,
yeah.
and
Richard
Shannon,
Simmons,
Shannon
yep.
Dorothy, Dorothy,
Shannon Doherty,
yes.
and the football player Jacoby Jones died too.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. Said 46, and they said he was homeless, living out of his car. Wow.
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 That's crazy.
Hmm.
That's crazy. Prayers go out to the family.
Oh, definitely.
Mm-hmm. Wow. So, oh, Vegas. Yeah, I heard of
Oh, yeah.
that
Yeah.
show.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Robert Urich was a good actor. He was a good
Yep.
actor.
Yep.
Say his name, Benji Gregory. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it has been a lot of celebrities that have passed away this
Hmm.
year. It's been a lot. It's been a whole lot.
Yep.
It's man, it's just halfway through the year. Like, man, that is absolutely
Hmm.
crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Yeah, because I look back at some of the shows I seen and grew up with. I'll just be like, man, they don't make these type of shows no more, man. It's like
And what?
it was corny back then, but now you see how much it's so much into your childhood. You be like,
Yeah, yeah. It's well, there are some shows you look at and you're like, I used to watch that and like it. And yeah, I mean, it's like, really, really,
be
I
like,
used to like that. Somebody
like
should knock me on my ass.
be like I used to watch Mork and Mindy. I'm
Oh,
like, oh wow,
Nanu.
Nanu. I'm like, okay. Like, man, I used to think I was smoking back then, listening to see stuff like that.
Okay, yeah. I mean, the guy, their baby was a guy older than Robin Williams, and he got hatched out of an egg.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This is Mark from Ark.
Oh man. Man. That
Oh,
is that is wild. That is wild. Oh man.
and then of course you have the monster movies.
Oh yes. Yes.
Godzilla.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. And then you had Gazuki.
Yep. Yep.
Remember, I remember the Saturday morning one where Gazuki would go ahead and try to fire the like his dad did the fire that came out of him, and
Yeah.
I I used to see where a puff of smoke come. And one time Godzilla got mad and stepped on his tail, and it was and the fire came out of it. Oh,
Oh man. Oh,
Dr. Ruth. Yeah, okay,
Dr.
yeah, Dr.
Ruth.
Ruth.
Man.
Now that was something that really changed things forever.
Mm-hmm.
Uh yeah. Sex with Dr. Ruth.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever it's in behind, gently, Bentley. Oh God.
Oh
Oh
man.
God. I'm sorry.
Be like, did they
Uh,
allow her to say
uh,
that stuff on television? Be like,
yep.
what?
Mhm.
He used to be like, oh man, Dr.
Yeah.
Ruth, 90210,
Yeah.
Saved by the Bell.
Wow.
Used to always wonder about that show. I'm like, how are they in school that many years? They should have been graduated. Like, come on, man. I'm like, jeez, you can't be.
Oh,
I'm thinking like, how is Screech still in school and he got better grades than all of them and he's still in school? That don't make no
yeah.
sense.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, you're right. It was still taboo in the 80s when Dr. Russo,
Mm-hmm.
and it was late night, like, oh,
Yep. It made it said made to blood.
oh my
And
God.
she made a lot of people blush.
Well,
Shoot.
uh,
You'd be like,
oh,
oh man. You'd be like, whoa. Like, okay. I hear you. Oh
oh
man.
man.
Even
Oh,
oh man, what was that show? Oh man. Trying to think, what was that show Bruce Willis? Moonlight. I remember
oh yeah.
Moonlight.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I think it was him and Sybil Shepherd and a few other people was on there. I
Yep.
thought that was a cool show.
What about Remington Steele?
Oh yeah. 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 Tales from the crypt.
Yeah.
Tales from the crypt.
Yeah.
Be like,
How about Mystery Movie Theater 2000 or something where you had those robots that would go ahead and do some dumb as hell movie. They would be
right.
like what kind of be critics of and stuff like that. It's like,
Mhm.
oh
The
my god.
Godzilla's, the King Kong movies,
Mm,
the
Um
the Star
uh
Wars, and all of that, man. It was just
Opera,
like,
Monster Zero,
mhm.
uh Godzilla versus Rodan.
Yep, yep.
Oh gosh.
It was a lot, man.
Yeah. Then,
It was a lot.
yeah.
It was a whole lot. It just bring back memories.
Mm-hmm.
Bring back so many memories.
Right.
I'd be like, oh man, just make you want to just be like the Children of the Corn,
Oh gosh, yeah.
you know, Friday the 13th, you know, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
Yeah, and they're making that new one.
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
heard.
yeah. Don't say the B word. And then
Nope.
of course, I seen the previews for the new one. And it's like, of course,
Mhm.
the daughter goes ahead and says it 3 times because she thinks it's all crocker crap.
Right. Like Hellraiser, The Howling, Cujo,
Oh yeah, Cujo.
you
Yeah.
know,
Oh, yeah.
976 Evil.
Oh
Oh
man.
man, the Shining with Jack Nicholson.
Oh god, yeah. I mean, could you just imagine somebody breaking in with the door with Jack Nicholson played that part so well.
Oh yeah, he did.
Hmm.
He did. He did. He definitely did. He definitely did. Felt so bad for Shannon Doherty. Her character in 90210 was so hated. She was a household name. She owned that role. The
Yeah.
only thing I heard about her, she was difficult to work with. I heard that too.
Hmm.
She was good on Charm too.
Yep.
She was good
And
on Charm too.
remember the child actor she was, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
On Little House on the Prairie. Which
Yep.
was just, yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. That was Charm was pretty good with her,
Mhm.
Rose McGowan and Alyssa Milano.
Yep.
I always remember Alyssa Milano in
Mm-hmm.
that Arnold Schwarzenegger movie Commando, when she was a
Right.
little girl. Man, that Tim, I'm gonna tell you, that's one of my favorite movies. Is Commando. I love that movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like some of the stuff that they said in that movie, you could never say now in a movie.
Right. Right.
When you talking about having a good time with
Mm-hmm.
somebody's daughter, and I'm
Oh,
like, come on, man, you
no,
can't say that, man.
no, 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 you can't.
Come on, like, nah.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, y'all. I was like, yeah, that
Yeah,
movie was crazy.
that's true.
That movie was crazy. Kidnapping and all that stuff, man. I was like, come on, man. Like, remember when I said I was gonna kill you last? I
Yep. Oh God.
time was a powerful show. I was
Yeah.
most time.
What?
Yeah, 90210 was a good show.
Mm,
Social media when she was going through cancer. Yeah, I
mm-hmm.
didn't even know she had cancer. I didn't know
Right.
that.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know that.
Yep.
Wow, that's crazy. That's
Sure
crazy.
is. Yep. That's one thing that we are. Okay, I will be right back in a second, guys. Can you take over, Zach?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yes sir.
All right.
Yeah, I did not know she was. I did not know she was. I didn't know she had cancer. I found out the day that she died that she had cancer. I didn't even know she had cancer. So that's man, that's another way in really getting checked out and stuff for your health. Your health is very key. But man, that was tragic. Prayers go out to her family as well. Yeah, she was 53. Way too young. Way too young. Way too young. A lot of these people that's been even with Jacoby Jones was 40 years old and he died. That's man, crazy. Crazy, man. But hey man, all you can do is just pray. Pray for the family and the loved ones, man. That's all you can do. It's been, Richard Simmons died 76 years old. You know what I'm saying? Um, lived a good life. That's all you
Mm-hmm.
can do. All
Oh
these
yeah,
stars passing away. It's just you just pray for the families.
that's true.
Definitely. Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's one thing. We're still mortal. There's.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. That's why you got to live every day like it's your last, because you just never know. No
Oh yeah.
matter what your age is,
Mm-hmm.
you know, too young at 53. That's still young.
Yeah, that is way too young. Uh,
Still too young. So, mm-hmm. Turn down. You
wow.
walk into a set and get nominated for the award. Can't imagine the script she's turned down. Yeah,
Right.
yeah, yeah. Because it'd be a lot of scripts that these actors turn down.
Oh yeah.
So people don't realize how many they turn down from time to time. Man, Richard Simmons had a baby before he passed. Oh wow.
Birthday.
Oh, a birthday.
Birthday.
I was about to be like,
I read it that way at first too. I
like,
did. Right. Yeah, it's birthday, B day.
like, like,
Oh
oh, I
God!
was about to be like, okay,
Yeah.
okay. I was about to be like, wow.
Yeah. Sweating to the oldies.
I was
Oh
about to be
God!
like, okay.
Yeah.
I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad at you. But yeah, this tragic, man.
Yeah.
It's tragic. Just got to remember the days that they were here.
Mm-hmm.
So, mhm. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yep. So let me ask you this, Tim. Like, out of with the Lions,
Mm-hmm.
um, what do you what are you more excited of for this coming season? Like, is there any particular player or the offense you're excited about, defense, or you
Well,
know?
mm-hmm. I actually want to see Jamo Williams take it, and just go ahead and be the outstanding player that we want, that we got him to
Mhm.
be. You know, that's what, and I'm excited to see how this secondary is going to go. Um, and hey, Jared Goff, I got I he now got his contract. You know, we need to see that part in offense. We need, if I just think that if we can go ahead and if our defense, that secondary can go ahead and stop some people. Uh, Hopefully James Houston is healthy. With Aiden Hudson and also the other. Hopefully our pass rush is going to be where we actually knock them on it, because that's what I'm looking. I'm actually, if the offense don't improve any, I just want to see that defense improve
Mhm.
and be able
Absolutely.
to shut down these things. Now, Jordan Love's still going to be a, because that guy can throw off 1 feet without both his feet planted.
Mhm.
So we got to get to that quarterback. I think that's going to be the key. If we can get that pressure, that not only pressure, but we got to go ahead. We can't have the sure, we upgraded our secondary, and it's great that, but if you go ahead and don't get that pressure on on them, where they either throw the interceptions or uh, you, that quarterback just cannot have so much time in the pocket. And
Absolutely.
I'm just hoping that we improved enough to shut down, more of that, the running quarterbacks killing us.
Mhm.
Because that's been our weakness, is that the running quarterbacks and the secondary.
Absolutely.
Hmm.
Absolutely. Sounds good. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm the same way. I think it's a couple of it's a couple of concerns I do have for this team.
Right.
Um, I think one is the one concern is how this team is going to be when they're expected to be good.
Right. Right.
That's
Right.
one thing.
Hmm.
Like, you're expected to be good. How will this team respond to teams trying to test them or trying to get or giving them their best game? How
Hmm.
they're going to react to that, especially in the division.
Right.
How they, because they're favored to win that. So you're gonna have Green Bay and Chicago and Minnesota. They're gonna try to play their best games,
Right.
especially the Packers, because
Hmm.
they're gonna feel like they're the best in the division.
Right.
So, and then even the other teams that they play, they got to play the AFC South with the Texans and the Jaguars. They got to
Right.
play the Cowboys, the 49ers.
Hmm.
Even these teams that you would expect them to beat, they may have a tough time with them. Like the like teams like Arizona or Tennessee.
Right.
So you got to watch out for teams like that. And another thing that concerns me is these guys that got these new contracts.
Hmm.
Now, not saying that they're not going to be good or anything, the Amon St. Browns, the Panay Sewells, and everybody, but we know the history in players that get these contracts that they don't play as well as they did when they didn't have these contracts. That's another thing I'm concerned about. Is that. You know what I'm saying? And I hope I don't feel I hope I'm wrong. I really do hope I'm wrong. But that's just been the history of sometimes these Lions when you give them these contracts. So the guys like the Trey Flowers and all these guys, you give them these contracts and they don't live up to the expectations. Yep. That's what I'm worried about with that. And then another thing I'm worried about is I think the loss of Josh Reynolds. I think because he was so much of a key to this team. Now you got to find somebody to take his spot. Hopefully you can have Donovan Peoples-Jones or Khalif Raymond or Antoine Green to fill that spot. Hopefully. I would think more so Khalif Raymond.
Right.
Or Donovan Peoples-Jones. Because, during that game against the 49ers, they didn't have Khalif Raymond. So if they would have had a healthy Khalif Raymond, who knows how the team would have been. Yeah. So those things concern me. I think they're going to be a good team. I just think they can't take the foot off the pedal. And they just got to take care of business. And I agree with you. They got to put some pressure on the quarterback. You can't have these quarterbacks that's running 100 yards on us. You can't have that. Yep. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable.
Oh yeah, they got, and hopefully this year they'll have more sacks. Because that's one thing when you just put the pressure. I'm not only looking at the pressure. I'm looking at the time that the quarterback is allowed in that pocket. You either got to shut it, because that's one thing that's going to hurt even a good secondary. If you allow them to run, all day on you, eventually, the receivers are going to get away. Yeah. Now, one thing, one of the things that I'm, like you say, and in switching to the offensive side, Josh Reynolds, you definitely got a great point there. But that's where I'm also looking for, where I want JMO to go ahead and do what they got him for. I want, this guy is a speedster, and he should be able to speed that, so if, I want to see him go ahead and prove it to me, prove that, I know this is almost like it's, even though it's his third year with the Lions, it's really only like his second and a half year because he was suspended and all this other stuff. But now he needs to make up for that and just go ahead and ball out. I want to see him ball out, and I do think that if you look at it, even though the Lions wasn't expected to go as far as they were last year, or were they?
Right.
Because remember, they were the year before. They only, if they would have won one more game, they would have made it to the playoffs.
Right.
So I think in a way they were expected to be that good. Now to do it 2 years in a row, even if they don't go like the 13 and or 12-5 or whatever, I want to see them at least contending to be the NFC North champion.
Right.
and like you say, you cannot downplay to the Arizonas, to Carolinas and stuff like that. You can't down because that's one thing the Lions have did in the past. But is this actually the true Lions? A true franchise change? Uh, you know, because if not, if they're the same old Lions that they used to be, then yeah, they'll revert back to. But I don't think they're that same old Lions.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I don't think so
one
either.
yeah, one of the things that I'm looking at is that they're a tight knit group.
Mm-hmm.
Over at the Pro Bowl, I'll tell you what, they were a brotherhood. Those teammates, they were not. Oh, this line's over talking to his old college friend or whatever. No, they were together as a team in the Pro Bowl. Wherever there was one line, there were three lines. You
Mm-hmm.
know, so I think that they're actually this is a team that is to be contended with. And I know there's a lot of other teams in the NFC North that are scary. But I'll tell you
Absolutely.
what, the Lions need to be the cream that rises to the top.
Mm-hmm. They
No
do.
more
They do.
excuses. And yeah, there's that. Jared Goff has already been through that, where he's been through he's had a year better, than what he had. He's been to that Super Bowl. So I think he got that contract now. I
Mm-hmm.
really think that he's still gonna because he he doesn't want to go be that old Jared Goff, that broken Jared Goff that came to the Lions.
And I think he still has something to prove
Yeah.
with
Hmm.
the fact that his former team won a champion, won a Super Bowl a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Or he wants to prove, like, hey, I can do it for this team.
Yeah.
I have a lot to offer. I got a lot. I'm a good quarterback. We just I want this team to succeed and everything. So I
Right.
think he wants to win. I think he has a lot to prove.
Mhm.
It's going to be a lot of pressure on him,
Oh yeah.
but I think he can exceed in going through that pressure.
Yeah.
Long as he can stay healthy and his team can stay healthy, I think they'll be fine.
Hmm.
I think they'll be fine.
Oh
I can see them being better than 12-5. They could be a 13-4 or maybe even a 14-3.
right.
They have that capability of doing that. They have the talent. We got to see how their defense is, and it's crazy because their first preseason game is in 3 weeks.
Right.
It's in 3 weeks. It's
Damn.
August 8th.
Oh my
It's
God. Oh,
August the 8th against the New York Giants. That's crazy.
I know.
It's like football is happening this quick.
No,
It's like
where did the beer
it
go?
needs to happen. We tired
Mm.
of watching baseball and golf and tennis. We need some football. Damn it.
You know what? You know what? That's why I'm for year-round football. I'm for a 20-game season. I know Grand Night 12 doesn't agree with me here. I'm for a 20-game season.
Hey, listen, I
But
want them to have a 20-game season, and I want the Michigan Panthers to have a 20-game season too.
yeah, right. Yeah, I'll tell
You
you what. That watered down USF, USL, USL, or UFL, or whatever the hell it was. They got, and I hear they're not going to expand next year, maybe the year after. Cut the bullshit. Somebody needs to knock those owners on their ass because, hey, wake your ass up, get some more teams in there, and get us some damn football.
And damn it, beat the Stallions for once in your life.
Right?
You
Yeah.
should have won both games.
Right.
I'm thinking like you're up 20-9 in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get? I'm like, oh my God. How do you give that up? You had him.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, and one of the most reliable kickers, and he couldn't hit a field goal. I said, yep, we're done. We're done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. Which is now going to be a Lions kicker.
Yeah. But they still had a good season. I had fun going to their games, man. They got lucky again and went to the playoffs because the other two teams was terrible.
Right.
But hey, it is what it is. I'm still a fan of the Panthers. So
and you know what? Fuck the Rough Riders. I want the Gamblers back.
yeah.
Because okay, yeah, it was a merger between the two leagues. All right. But hell, you're in the that's the the USFL conference should be USFL teams with names and everything like that. It
Mm-hmm.
shouldn't be if the Roughnecks or whatever the heck they're called. They're Roughnecks. I know I call them Rough Riders. So the condom. Yeah, but the Roughnecks. I mean, come on. That's to me that was like a slap in the face to the gamblers. You know, go ahead. It's
Mm-hmm.
they should have kept. But I'm for
Yeah, they should have.
yeah, and they should have kept more teams. It's like wake up USFL or US. And why the hell did they even change it to US United Football League? They should have just kept it the USFL because it was actually even though it said it was a merger, it was more like the USFL went ahead and saved the XFL's ass. The XFL
Exactly.
lost. Yeah, the XFL lost too much money last year.
Yeah,
USFL,
they did.
yeah,
They lost a lot of money last year. A
right,
lot.
yeah,
A lot. And it's just like they should have more teams to
hmm
add more money to that.
right,
Hopefully they'll do that.
and a longer season,
Mm-hmm.
and more. I mean, the you should have had. You know, I think two more. They should have kept more teams, and then you should have had at least one or two te- other teams, even if you had to give one team a bye or whatever, be able to
Right.
make it to the playoffs.
Right.
You
Right.
know, the Gam-
It said add more teams. Hey, we can barely afford to go to a game right now. Hey, listen. Hey, they done went up on them prices on them games, man. Oh my God.
Mhm.
Because remember, Tim, the year before, it used to be what? $5, $10 a game, and the whole
$10
season
game.
was $25 for the whole season ticket.
Mm-hmm.
Now they start off at $100. It's like what, $20 a game.
Right. Granddaddy, we're talking about adding more teams to the United Football League. When they merged, we thought they should have kept all the teams when the
Mhm.
XFL and the
And,
USFL merged. That's
and,
what
and
we're
you know
talking
another
about.
thing I think they should do, Tim.
Yeah.
They should bring more fans in the end zone part.
Right.
I think they
Yeah.
should do that. You can't
Yeah.
just you got them on the sides and you don't have them on the end zone.
Yeah. You know why? Because the end zones were the $5 seats or $10 seats. No, with the
Man,
sidewalk, that's because I remember I went to last year. I went to two games, you know, and the second game I had to pay a heck of a lot more. Yeah, I had to pay like $20 instead of $10 because it was like you didn't have the end zone. You had the We had to buy them on the side, which we had good seats, but it was still.
Mhm. Man, I missed that season because the entertainment was good with Big E
Yeah.
doing the entertainment. Then you had a lot of players coming in on the sidelines. You had the owners, the head coaches. You had Daryl Johnston
Mm,
over there during the
right.
first game, taking pictures with people and stuff. I missed that. You ain't really had that much of that this year. It was just like the entertainment level was just not what it was. And it was just like, man, you just know, you just knew you missed something.
Hmm.
And it was just like, but they get the XFL, they got something special, man. They just got to just hopefully when you got people like The Rock, they'll do something about that. You
Right.
know, they can bring more to these games, have more entertainment and things like that.
Yeah.
And then to have them come to the games.
Right.
Don't just show up just for the first game and the last game.
Hmm.
Show up to other team stadiums. So show up to Ford Field.
Right. Now, I asked this on my stream yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you could change one thing in the NFL, what would you change? Any rule, any
If I would change one
or
thing,
procedure. If you could change one thing or procedure, or what would you change?
um, if it was one thing I would change, I would say hitting the quarterback. I would
Okay.
say hitting the quarterback. I
I,
think they've made it to a point to where you can't even hit the quarterback anymore. Like any hit, it's a penalty.
hmm.
And it's just like this is football. You're gonna get hit.
Hmm.
So why you can't hit? Oh, you can't hit him in the legs and stuff. Well, how are you supposed to tackle him on his head? Like
Right.
what you supposed to do?
Yeah. Then you're causing. Yeah. You can't hit them low. You can't hit them high. Yeah. You're right, and
Yeah,
it's too much of a judgment. Now, I one thing I did get some flack from Megan yesterday for this. What I would change, there would have to be a winner. I would get rid of the ties. If you go
I
into
would too.
overtime, I mean, if you go, even if you had to do it something like what I would do is I would set up where you had the overtime like you got right now, uh, for the first quarter afterwards. I said then I would do more like on what they do on the college afterwards. Where you bring them down in each team, but each team gets a shot or whatever. I mean, and of course, I would even whether it's a touchdown or I mean, even at a field goal, I think that everybody should at least get one chance with the ball. Then
Mm-hmm.
then sudden death overtime. Not um, but yeah, I would make it so that there needed to be a winner, even in regular season games. Because like I said yesterday, a tie is like kissing your sister or your grandma. You just don't
Yeah,
get the pleasure out of it.
I understand that.
Hmm.
I can understand that. Yeah, yeah. Um, man, it's a lot of things I would change.
Right?
I'm not
Yeah.
gonna even lie. It's a lot of them. Um, I think you know what? I think the
Targeting.
targeting hits a little bit. I would change.
Yeah.
I would think. Now I'm not for hitting somebody in the helmet,
Right.
but if you hit somebody in the shoulder or things like that, and you still calling targeting on that, like, come on now, or roughing the passer,
Hmm.
like they have to change that. Like the timing of hitting the quarterback, it's like what's going on with that?
Yeah. And,
Like, come on.
another thing. is that I would change too. Is I would change where if there was a controversial call, well, number one, on all calls, I would make it like an all where the booth and stuff like that can review it. If there is a review, a challenge, that the ref needs to explain not okay, not only explain uh, needs to explain why it was either not changed or changed, like they do in the XFL and the USFL.
Mhm.
The fans need to know, and plus, I would not find people. I'd find the NFL referees for doing the bad calls, but I would not fine the players and the coaches for going and this would be in all sports. Would not fine the players and the coaches for speaking up when there is definitely a legit bad call. You
Mhm.
gotta be able to protest. You gotta be able to speak and I mean no, you can't go ahead and just go ahead and knock the refs on the ass. No, can't do that.
Right.
Like,
Right. Even
right,
if you want that to happen,
right.
you
But
know.
that ref and that ref, if he does a bad call against or a game changing call against, that ref would need to go ahead in the press conference at the end of the game would need to go ahead and explain why he made that call
Hmm.
to the stadiums, to the fan, and to the media.
Agree. Agree. You know another thing I would change. I would change. I would change the Pro Bowl.
Okay.
I would change the Pro Bowl to the middle of the season
Mm-hmm.
instead of a week before the Super Bowl.
Okay.
I would do that because that would be better. I think either way, you're gonna have a lot of guys that's not gonna play in a Pro Bowl anyway. But
Right.
and then also let these dudes play. Let them play. This flag football Pro Bowl thing. No, stop it. Please stop.
Right.
Just let them play. I'm if you're gonna have it like flag football, just don't have it. Just don't
Right.
have a Pro Bowl. Is
And
this two-hand touch thing? I'm like, no, stop. No.
and you know what I would do? I would actually the Pro Bowl. I would make it a midseason award.
I like that.
I mean, it would be if it's because I mean, it could end up being if one of your players get hurt there though, it could end up being a nightmare. I mean, could you just
Mhm.
imagine if Saint Brown, Gibbs, or Golf got hurt in the Pro Bowl? That's
Yeah,
the only thing about with the midseason deal.
yeah,
Um, but it's or even Pune Sue got hurt. Uh, yeah, I would, but I would make it. I would actually make it worth something. Make it the Pro Bowl championship,
yeah,
not just the Pro Bowl game, but make it a Pro Bowl. And no, it won't be as as Super Bowl, or anything like that. But you go ahead and make it actually mean something between the two conferences. Because
right.
right, because even when it was a real game, it wasn't a real game. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, it separated. Back then I think it was, the winners got 10,000, where the losers got $5,000.
Mm-hmm.
But if you
Mm-hmm.
made it okay, this is and you know what? Maybe. What I think I would do is I put it back after the Super Bowl, week after the Super Bowl, and why I would do that is let's just say like the Kansas City Chiefs from the AFC won the Super Bowl. Well, the NFC could still go ahead. If you made it like an actual championship, not where you got this playoffs and stuff like that, but you made it mean a championship. It would be like a championship between the two conferences, not
Mhm.
just as a conference whole.
Yeah, I see what you mean. But you know what? I still think it's gonna be some players that's not gonna play
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
at the Super Bowl. I think especially the losing teams. I
Hmm.
think they're gonna be so distraught that they not even gonna want to even think about that.
Right,
You
but
know.
but
But I like that idea though. After the week after the Super Bowl, I do like that.
but could you could you imagine uh Jared Goff goes ahead and loses the Super Bowl, all right, when he was around. But
Hmm.
yeah, you go ahead and you win the NFC championship, the Pro Bowl championship.
Right.
Not the
Right.
Pro Bowl game, the Pro Bowl championship.
Right.
So it gives them a way of redemption too. I mean, what would they have done for? Okay, so Brock Purdy goes ahead and loses to Patrick Mahomes. Would he go ahead and especially with him being on his rookie deal, not being paid very much anyway,
Hmm.
being the last player selected? I mean, how much would that elevate it? Not only did if you won not only the Super Bowl, and even if you had were like Josh Allen may not ever win a Super Bowl championship, but but would he win could he have won a Pro Bowl championship
Yeah.
or Tua or Golf or you know it's just, I mean it's just but of course in the Pro Bowl.
Hmm. And,
But
and my thing is, I would if I'm a player, I would go to the Pro Bowl because, hey man, I ain't turning down no free trip to Florida or Hawaii. I mean,
especially
I
Hawaii, especially Hawaii, and
right,
you know what, me and you's gonna go there and do our shows at the Pro Bowl.
right, exactly,
Whether it
exactly,
be, especially if it's in Hawaii.
right,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, and you know what? Then I think that I would want to be in the middle of this. Well, actually, either way, you'd get out of the snow.
Now, do you think if they had it in the middle of the season, would you make that? Would you have like a Pro Bowl and then have a bye week for everybody after that, and then
Hmm.
start it back up the following week? So you'll basically have like 2 weeks off.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I
Hmm.
think that would be cool. Have a whole week, or even if you're not in the Pro Bowl, that's still good because then you got 2 whole weeks off.
Right.
So I think that would be good if they do it. If they do that in the middle of the season, that would be something. If they decide to do that,
Yeah. Now,
but
okay. What about this? We're
mhm,
talking about different sites for the Pro Bowl. Uh, what about having the Pro Bowl game in Europe?
I love it. I love it. I love it. If they
Mhm.
if they ain't got no funny stuff going on down there, then yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Uh-huh.
Just like it's just like I think the game they have in, I think the Packers against somebody. I don't know if that's in Europe or somewhere, but they actually are not having the players leave their hotel because of the colors those teams are wearing. Those are like gang colors.
Right.
So they're not allowed to leave the hotel.
It would need to be in a safe place for them.
Yeah.
You can't. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're actually going to like hold them in a hotel because if they see those type of colors, those are gang colors. So they might do something to them. So I'm thinking like if it's like that, then you might as well just move it somewhere else where it's safe.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think the NFL is going to do that. I think they're going to let them stay there.
Right.
So I'm like, wow, that's not safe. That's not a safe environment.
Talking about hazard pay.
Right. Literally.
Yep.
Jeez. But yeah, I wouldn't mind it in Europe, Canada. Wouldn't mind it in Canada.
Right.
You know, I wouldn't mind that at all. You know, different sites, different countries. Right. Yeah, it would be cool. It would be cool having in South Africa or South America, Brazil, you know, Argentina. You know,
what about Saudi Arabia?
Hey, wouldn't mind that either. They just
right.
It's just hey.
I'm not gonna put them in no Gaza Strip. I mean that no. No. That but the reason I say Saudi Arabia is that you have seen like WWE events go over there, and I think they would be safe enough. But I don't know if Caleb Williams would be.
I don't think so either.
With his pink fingernail. Oh God!
I knew that was coming. I knew it was coming. But hey, you got to stop doing that, man. Them painted fingernails, that's gonna get him hurt. That's gonna get him hurt. That's gonna get him a target. Hey, Tim, he gonna be the poster, and he gonna be the poster child for Dwayne Wade's nail polish line.
Oh God. North Korea. Okay, there's a good one.
North Korea.
Yep.
Liberia, Nigeria, and Algeria. Just don't have it in Kuwait and all them places. The Middle East.
No. Keep it out of Iraq. Keep it out.
Iraq, Iran.
Yeah.
Oh nope.
No, we definitely not there. I mean, it's just
Mexico, maybe.
Right.
Mexico, maybe.
But not. I mean, not Mexico City. No. Acapulco. I mean, yeah.
Now, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't mind that.
Right.
I would not mind that. I would not mind going to either one of those places.
Mm-hmm.
And the women there are nice too.
And know what? Caleb Williams can go ahead and compare his nail polish with the.
Oh yeah, he definitely gonna bear down on that one. Oh man!
By the way, did they get the box seats or not?
Did they who now?
From the Bears Country podcast. Remember they were talking about getting those box seats.
Oh, I gotta talk to him about that
Yeah.
because they haven't got back to me on that.
Mhm.
I gotta tell them because I think they
Yeah.
got him on certain games. So
Right.
I gotta talk to him. I gotta talk to Foster and Shorty about that.
Yeah. I did say hi to Shorty, but he was at work and so was I.
Right.
We couldn't talk too long, so
Yeah, those are some
I
good
I
guys.
I, I did text him, but uh,
Yeah, those some good guys there at
mhm. Oh yeah,
BCP. Definitely, man. They always shout us out. They
oh
always
yeah.
ask about you too. They always ask about you
Mhm.
too, Tim.
Yep. And then I, I know I had a little bad part where I couldn't get on here for a while, so
Yeah.
yeah. Oh yeah. Make sure you. Um, I I know you signed up for 10 main exports, but make sure you do main exports too, because right now I can't get into my on the I can't get into my what you call it dashboard for 10 main exports. So I got on YouTube. I also got main exports, and I can get into the dashboard there. It's just I having some email issues. So
Understandable.
yeah.
Understandable. I think Caleb Williams hacked on that. That's probably why it's giving you problems.
Uh, now what I had to do is I reset my computer, and I can't get that certain email back. I tried typing in try and I tried, and it's just can't get it back for some reason.
Oh wow.
So
Wow.
that's a problem that I'm having with him. Whether his nail polish got in my system or
I hear you, man.
yeah,
I hear
yeah,
you.
I mean, it's just kind of funny where okay, where we grew up in the days where uh, the you had the Raiders back in Oakland. You know, they were writing all these FUs and all this other stuff on the football. You know, and now we got a guy quarterback wearing nail polish. That's totally different. Okay. Of course he did. I mean, one of the things Jeremy B brought up was you know, um, Chicago's really accepting because they did get Rodman on the Bulls when after he married himself or whatever came with that. Remember when Dennis Rodman had that came in with that wedding dress?
hmm
Uh,
hmm Wow. Wow. Man, that's wild. That's
yeah.
wild.
hmm
I understand.
So do you think the worm should have been knocked on his ass?
He should. If it's good for him.
Well, he might have liked it too much. I'm
Well, way
sorry.
too much. Way too much. He probably wanted to happen again.
Oh God, I could really take this in the wrong area.
Right.
Okay, so
That
now
is crazy.
without going too far. Okay, you ever thought who really came up with the way that you hike the football to the quarterback?
I
I
do
mean,
not know.
I know, but you have a bunch of guys bending over.
Sometimes you wonder how that happens. You be like, how can you be comfortable with that?
You're right, right. You're right.
I'm
Yeah.
like, hey, it's I couldn't be the center of attention on that one, man. I couldn't do it.
Oh gosh.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't be the center. I couldn't.
Oh man. I remember a long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away called Earth. Uh, I remember they had this uh, show called First and 10,
Mm-hmm.
where um, uh, well, the lady goes ahead and the wife comes home and catches the her husband in bed with a football player.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and of course I can't believe I'm saying this on air. I just can't believe I'm saying this on air. But I'm going to because I already started this story. But here they're in bed, and the guy that he's with, he goes, "Hi, I'm so and so, and I'm a tight end, but next year I want to be a wide receiver." Of course, they got a divorce. She ended up taking over the football team and all that other stuff.
Wow. Wow.
But if you look at it, I mean, okay,
Hey,
I'm not talk about that.
hey, that's the true. Hey, that's the true meaning of going deep.
I didn't say that.
That's
No,
hey,
okay.
hey Tim. That's Hail Mary full of grace. Oh man,
Oh boy.
they got a special place for us. I don't know where, but they got a place for us.
Well, you know what? Where else do you get paid highly to for making a lot of passes?
You got a good point there.
Yep.
I can't argue with you on that one.
And it's all in the reception.
Yeah, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Who would have thought? Who would
And
have thought?
are you catching my drift or my ball? No, no. Oh God. Okay, okay. Oh man.
Oh man.
Oh God. This one really went off the rails.
Oh man. Oh man. Ooh. I love it,
Well,
man.
you know what? I mean, you do get points for scoring,
Yes. Gotta keep scoring
and it's
as
man
much as
on.
you can. It's gonna be a long game. Just it's going back and forth.
Well, you know what? It's really the smashing performances if you're a running back, and it's all in the hose you open.
Oh man. Well, that's definitely a smash and grab if I've ever seen one. Oh man. Oh man. Well,
And you know what? Where else is there always the taps on the butt?
we
Oh
just
God.
we just taught that a good job.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
Oh
remember?
man.
Oh, guys.
Oh man.
Can you, can,
But we gonna blame this on StreamYard. We gonna blame that on the duck.
that just quacked up.
Right. we gonna blame that on Aflac.
Oh, gosh. Well, that's money that helps pays your bills when you're injured.
Yeah, yes, it does. With any type of injury you have,
Oh, my God.
Aflac. Oh
Oh,
man.
my. Oh, gosh. Oh.
Hey, they gonna have to get that cure insurance.
Mm.
Like Amara St. Brown. Oh man.
Well, you know what? You get those diving receptions by him.
Yeah, oh yeah. That's like, what's
Yeah.
your big reception? Against the Bears? The Vikings? No. Cure Auto Insurance. They always make sure I always had a good catch.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
But you know why we don't have Josh Reynolds anymore?
Oh,
Because it just kind of drifted over his head,
damn.
and he just got to quit fumbling those balls.
Oh wow. 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 I knew it had to be something. That explains everything. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Man. Well,
Well,
I
well,
guess he couldn't keep up.
I guess golf changed it to him for traded him in for a younger model.
Yeah. Sound about right. That sound about right.
I even with my headphones off, I can still hear you.
Yeah, that sound about right. Yeah, you nailed it right on the head with that one.
Did you need to say head? Oh God, no.
Oh man. Oh man, they gonna give us so many strikes. We'll be available to. We'll be lucky to come back on.
Oh, yeah, I better make sure that I bet. Oh God, I hope they ain't already cut us off from YouTube. Oh man,
I'm sure you're gonna be all right. I'm sure you're gonna be fine. I said we're just gonna blame it on the duck.
Yeah, he's a real quacker. But isn't that supposed to be in hockey? They're the ones that got the Mighty Ducks.
Exactly. Exactly. Right.
Oh boy.
They just like, we ain't even gonna use the Mighty Ducks no more. We just gonna call them the Ducks.
Yep. Oh, it's better than in baseball when the Devil Rays just became the Rays.
Right. Yeah. I always wonder why they changed that. I'm like, man. I'm like, okay.
The exorcism.
Yeah.
Devil be gone! I command you.
Like Bobby Boucher, women are the devil. Yes, mama.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
Oh boy. Boy.
We having too much fun, I tell you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is why we're on a late night.
We the people that the parents has warned y'all about, kids.
Okay. I don't know if I want to quite go that far. I mean that. Oh God. Oh man. Well,
uh,
you know you are the one that has breed in your name.
I do. I do. I
Mm-hmm.
do.
Yep.
Yeah. It just came out of nowhere though.
Well, it's a new experience.
It is. Always. Always.
Somehow we
Always.
lost. Somehow we lost our names.
Yeah.
Uh, I'm just trying to get.
I guess
Why
they
am I?
could.
Not- Why am I? Okay, there's our names.
Okay.
Okay.
That's cool. That's
Mm-hmm.
cool. Man. Man.
Man, we did go off the rails here. I would apologize, but I'm really not sorry. No, man.
Be like Conor McGregor. I like to apologize. It's like I want to apologize to absolutely nobody.
Yeah. Now,
Oh man.
on what show was it? And that used to. What show used to say? Tell me, I just didn't hear that. I mean, you know what I'm talking about? There was some show where somebody would say something shocking like that, and the guy would just tell me, I just didn't just hear what you said.
Oh man. Oh. I cannot think of the show. I cannot think of the show.
Maybe if we knock you on the ass, you might. No, I can't think of it either.
No.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I mean, somebody would say something, and it would be normally be something sexual, and it would be just I can't remember it for the life of me, but I can just remember the big heavy
I
guy.
remember they used to say that in wrestling
Hmm.
too.
Oh yeah, it was. Oh god,
Booker
it was
T.
oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. You're right, and he would always do the eye thing. Yeah, yeah.
Like,
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It was
like
Booker T.
you didn't say
Oh,
that. Be like, you didn't say that. Tell me you didn't just say that. You
yeah.
know what's funny, Tim? I actually met him in person, and I actually said that to him.
Oh
And I
yeah.
and I and he said something to me, and I was like, "Tell me you didn't say that.
Yeah.
Tell me
Tell
you
me
didn't
you
say that." And
didn't.
then he said it right after me, and I thought that was so cool. Oh, I thought that was so cool. Oh man, because I've been a fan of his for years, and
Yeah.
man, man, that was like one of my idols growing up, watching him, man, and meeting him.
Mm,
Oh, it was cool. He's cool. People don't realize how tall Booker T is. He's tall. He's
now,
tall.
who was his partner in Harlem Heat?
Stevie Ray.
Okay, yep.
Stevie Ray.
Right.
Because I think they're actually real brothers.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're real brothers.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And we're
Said
talking
Wicked.
about Booker T and Harlem Heat.
Yeah. Man. This wrestlers. Because I
Yeah.
look back at
And
wrestling,
so
I'll be like, wow.
yeah, I mean I could I just remember I mean and there was some I mean he would always say that. But I remember there was sometime there was some I
That's
mean there was
I used
something that so who was
they used to actually had people wrestling who actually stabbed people. I remember it was a wrestler that actually stabbed other wrestlers.
Wow.
Yeah, it's if you look up this wrestler named New Jack, man, you want to talk about somebody that was crazy? He was crazy. Like he stabbed people. It was one time he was in the ring with somebody.
Right.
And one thing they always say in wrestling, when you're a rookie, you never tell a veteran what you do. That's
right.
like a cardinal rule. That's what this guy did. He actually told them, hey, I want to do this. I want to get color on you. For those that want to know what color means, it means when a wrestler bleeds.
Oh, wow.
That's another word for bleed. So he want to do color. So all of a sudden, they're wrestling. So this is a tag team match. So I think it's New Jack and his partner against Devon Dudley and this guy. So he tells Devon, he says, look, you got to go out of the ring. Let me face this guy. So he gets out of the ring. So New Jack is beating the hell out of this guy. Right. I mean, literally. He's throwing a chair. He's hitting a chair at his head and everything. So there's a spot to where he uses this knife, kind of sickle knife. And he goes like, he kind of cuts him on the head and stuff.
Right.
So it gets to the point to where he cut from one side of the head to this side. Wow. And the cut is so deep, you can like see the gush of blood coming out of his head when that happened. Because he was only supposed to do like a small like nick. But because he was so mad at this dude, he decided to just cut him through like this. And then another thing too, Tim, they didn't realize that this guy was actually underage. He was actually 17 at the time.
Oh, wow.
So he lied in his age because his father, when that happened, when the cut came, he that's him. That's him. That's New Jack. Rest in peace, New Jack. I think he died last year or 2 years ago.
Okay.
But man, he cut him and the gust of blood, and then his father is like, what are y'all doing? He only 17.
Wow.
And you can hear New Jack like, man, I don't give a if he's 17, I'm still he just beating him down. And over the years, that cut got so bad to where the kid actually died a few years later.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So he's done over the years in his wrestling. He's done a lot of cocaine. He's jumped from scaffolds. It's the guy named Vic Grimes. He wrestled.
Right.
They're on top of a scaffold, like high. If y'all know how high a scaffold is, it's higher than the roof of your house.
Wow.
So they're fighting on this scaffold. So he had an issue with Vic Grimes because a wrestling match before then, they fell, and then Vic Grimes landed on New Jack's head to the point to where his skull cracked.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it literally just cracked. And the right side, he couldn't even see the right side of his eye anymore.
Damn.
So it was like he could see, but it's like he can't see like 100%. So he was like, okay. So he got him in the scaffold match.
Right.
And I'm going to tell you, Tim, he threw him off the scaffold to try to kill him.
Oh, geez.
Literally. So he flips, he throws it, and he flips. And he goes. Now, during the match, there's a scaffold, and then there's a ring in the middle. Mm-hmm. And the ring, it's like full of tables. It's like tables on top of tables on top of tables. Mm-hmm. And he missed all the tables, and his foot got caught in the ring post.
Right.
With a ring. And it actually stopped his fall, because if he would have went straight, he would have went straight to the ground and he would have killed him.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. And he was aiming to kill him because of what happened to him before. So, yeah, that tell you how crazy New Jack was. He was crazy. Like, it's some of the stuff that he did. It's like he threw bats at people. It was a time to where he was in the ring with this older guy. Mm-hmm. I guess the older guy didn't like the way he was hitting him.
Right.
So he messed around. He picked up a bat and started swinging the bat at him, like a real actual bat. Mm-hmm. And just start hitting them and hitting them and hitting them.
Oh, geez.
And I was just like, wow, that's crazy. Like, he was extreme to a whole nother level. Like, crazy. But he was part of ECW. He was one of the most popular guys in ECW. If you were a fan of ECW, mm-hmm. you were a fan of New Jack. You knew who New Jack was.
Right.
So, yeah, that was wild. That was real wild. He was he voiced his opinion. It was a time to where he made a statement about around the time OJ was on trial. And he made a statement back then. Yeah, that's the Vic Grimes fight. Yep. That's it. And he made a statement about OJ. And he was saying, OJ, good job. Two less people we need to worry about.
Wow.
I was like, oh, wow. I said, woo.
Jeez.
Yeah. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that was really messed up. That's the kind of person New Jack was. He didn't care.
Right. I am going to end this because my wife's getting up for work.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, right. We will be back later. Oh, man, I really don't want to end this, but man.
I hear you, man.
Mm-hmm. But,
I had Tim, I had a good time always on the videos, man. Thank you for having me on, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah. And of course, thanks Detroit Fanman. Thank you, Jeremy B, for coming on earlier. Always thank you, Grandizer 12, for all your input and stuff like that. Definitely appreciate it. And you guys are going to be seeing more of me for sure. I can't say I can always be at this time because sometimes I do need to go to bed. But thanks, everybody. This is Maniac Tim with Maniac Entertainment, especially tonight. Sports and entertainment. Thanks, everybody, and you all have a good night. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right.